West and Central Africa, you would see that agriculture is a major contribution, but often this is carried out in rural areas. When you look at urban and peri-urban agriculture, you see that its ability to assist people is also immense. So over 20 million people depend on urban and peri-urban agriculture in West and Central Africa, right? The issue now is that urbanization means you need to grow more food. There's huge demand, there's huge demand for food, but then there's a huge constraint, right, on the production system. And in all of this, sustainability means we need to do more from the given we have, right? And that can be done through adoption of innovation, which is still modest when it comes to urban and peri-urban farming, right? And because of this, over the last couple of decades, you've seen that vegetables and fish production in West and Central Africa has remained low, right? And even the impact of urban and peri-urban farming has been relatively mild, right? So it's not quite impactful. And this has resulted in malnutrition and undernutrition in part of West and Central Africa. So I thought with one of my master's students of why don't we look at certain innovations that are pragmatic, right? That can be applied even on a small scale. And one of those that we looked at is aquaponics, right? And we try to envision that aquaponics can actually increase vegetables and fish production. It can boost the livelihood of small businesses. It can be actually resilient to the impact of climate change, right, when it comes to agriculture. And this can also be a form of income generating activity, which all at the end would promote at least SDGs such as sustainable consumption and production, especially in cities that are constrained in resources. So when you look at all these pictures is taken from one of the projects that we did, and I will still come to the project in subsequent slides. But all these are, I'm sure you guys, most of you are familiar with tilapia, the picture in the middle, with the catfish, the one on the right, and the tomato plants, right? So, like I said again, this is a spin-off of a project called Sustainable Aquaponics for Nutritional and Food Security in Urban Sub-Saharan Africa. The acronym is SURFO. And what this project is all about is setting up a micro-scale closed-loop aquaponics system using the eber and float or raft approach. We also try to use a kind of energy mix. That means combining renewable energy with a grid system, right? And we do this to cultivate crops that are quite staple to the populace in West and Central Africa, right? And some of these staple crops or vegetables include spinach. They also have to do with African eggplants, pepper, and tomatoes, right? The idea behind all of this is to start small. And when I mean small, we're looking at 2.5 square meters, right, of a greenhouse to conduct this experiment. And as you go down the pictures, you would see that our substrates is not soil. Our substrates is our rocks, right? So we have rocks, we have clay pebbles, and we have, like I said, the raft is just about using fish water to grow crops, all being soils, right? And in order to know what and how this system performs, we also conducted a counterfactual, right? Whereby we use that as our control mechanism. So some of the methodologies that we deploy here is to look at the performance of plant growth. Some of these plants I mentioned, we looked at how they perform in comparison to a regular or a conventional backyard garden. And then we also compare the growth rate of the fishes to a conventional aquaculture. And we look at what it would cost in terms of financial and economic values to set up such a small scale system, aquaponic system in West and Central Africa, right? So we use the net present value, we use the discounted benefit cost rates, as well as the break-even point, right? So from the results we have so far, the yellow bars are the control sites. So that is the output from the conventional backyard garden. And the other colors are some of the plants performance in other substrates. Substrate means in other components of the aquaponic system. So one of the things we see is that the conventional outperforms the aquaponic systems, but just marginally, right? So aquaponics can hold its own against a conventional system. For instance, if you look at the number one here is the first month when we cultivated the plants compared to the second month. And here we are looking at the height of the plant. We are taking measurements of the leaf length, right? So what we see is that at least in most cases, aquaponics products are quite comparable to also the control, which is in yellow, right? For this type of vegetables called efoibo, it is quite comparable. For pepper, it is comparable in the second month. For spinach, one of the things we see is that in a controlled environment, aquaponic system outdoors a conventional backyard garden, as we see that these are not climate resilient, right? So there are climate issues, and we see, for instance, in the first month, after the first month, when we talk of spinach, the control all died off because of climate-related issues, right? And for tomatoes, it is the same story. If we look at the growth rate of tilapia and catfish in an aquaponic system compared to an aquaculture system, we would see that the growth rates, the specific growth rates are quite comparable, if not better, in an aquaponic system. So an aquaponic system, tilapias tend to be comparable. In some instances, they do better than a conventional. The same applies for the catfish, right, in an aquaponic system compared to a conventional aquaculture system, right? And even from the small system we had, the average yield from a 2.5 square meter controlled environment, which is nothing other than a greenhouse, we were able to generate above 3 kilograms and almost 28 kilograms of vegetables and fishes, respectively. When we come to the importance of looking at the benefits, the costs, and the profit implication of aquaponics, we decided to go two routes. First, we used inputs all from abroad. So we used an input that was done, mostly all components came from abroad, and we wanted to compare it to when you use local materials. So what you see is with DBC, so the discounted cost benefit ratio, less than 1, it means this is not profitable when you use components or inputs for your aquaponics from abroad. When you compare this to using substantial inputs locally, you see there's a change in the discounted benefit cost rate, which shows that the local materials, local inputs, local know-how, training, education is the way to go if we want to promote innovation such as aquaponics for sustainable food security and sustainable livelihoods. From this small system, one of the things we were able to get is that the break-even point for the Sofun aquaponics system was also about 121 fishes in a cycle, right? The cycle is around 4 months. So just to come to a conclusion, what we found and what we envisioned from the hypothesis, what we found is that yes, technologies in urban farming, such as aquaponics, can actually improve food production, can actually improve also the livelihoods, sustainable livelihoods. It can be profitable, but there is a but. You have to invest heavily on know-how, local know-how, as well as source for local materials as inputs into your aquaponic system. It is a proven climate resilient farming practices, especially given our experience that some conventional crops died due to climate extremes, right? So some extremely hot days, some extremely heavy rainfalls or precipitation. And we believe that aquaponics is not only an income generating avenue, but it can also lead to a sustainable consumption and production in West and Central African countries, especially the urban areas. So with that said, I would like to conclude here and thank you for your attention. And if there are any comments, I hope I didn't bore you like the people in this picture. And if there are any comments, please, I'm open to it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. If I can.
Yes, please.
If I can lead on. Thank you for a very interesting talk. It's something that we've been trying to dabble in, both in Eswatini, to a limited extent in Zimbabwe and in South Africa. All three regions being excessively water poor and impoverished. And that is the, I think, stumbling block, because the startup costs for many of our urban poor, who are really the particularly vulnerable, are beyond the practical. And as a result, we've tried to use, instead of aquaponics, we've tried to use grey water with some measure of success. One of my doctoral students, who's since graduated, was working in Zimbabwe, and they had a particular challenge in that, because of poor infrastructure maintenance, the water wasn't getting through to the urban areas. So there was then a regulation passed that you may not water gardens. In other words, you may not effectively have your own vegetable patch, because the strain on the water system was too high, because there were too many leaks that just simply hadn't been repaired. And she was very successful in terms of looking at grey water usage, etc., again, as a hunger and poverty alleviation project. And I wonder how you feel about that, given the economic context.
Yeah, that is a very important aspect you raised there. So first, aquaponics, given the conventional way we do it, is not cheap, right? It doesn't come in cheap, and we know to have an impact on the poorest of the poor, it has to be affordable, and not just affordable. I think one other thing is to tap into local knowledge. With the issue of gray water, I think it's also something that has been explored in Egypt because it's a bit more also cost effective. I would also look at it this way. I think it's about time that we try to adopt a much more community-based approach to urban farming too. And community-based because as a cooperative, as an entity, a number of households coming to work in a community, it's easier to split and drive down costs, right? Given a profit sharing formula for everyone, right? So I think that is something. So first, gray water, yes, it's. I mean, in some instances, at least I know of Egypt, it's been successful. And given you talked of Zimbabwe now, I think gray water is something definitely we need to look at. The other thing is the upfront cost. We need to bring it down through locally sourced material and local know-how. I mean, most of the time when you see aquaponics facilities, they seem very complicated, but it does not have to be complicated. Yeah, local materials, there are local inputs that can be used to supplement the expensive ones. And the only thing that I see that would still drive up costs often is energy. Because you need, since we have a recirculating system, you need some form of energy. But I know a couple of universities in Germany that are using compressors just to bring down the cost of energy, where you just save the cost of energy by using compressors to store gases that are used in the facility. So, like you said, Heinz, yes, gray water is an option that we should use. I mean, this is not a silver bullet, don't get me wrong. This is one of the many options that we need to bring down costs somehow. And one of the ways I feel we can bring down costs is to look more inwards and look more locally.
Thanks, Ben. And sorry, one last question to hog the floor. Coming back to a discussion that we had yesterday in terms of attitudes, unfortunately, this is a big thing because we've found in many of the marginally poor areas around Johannesburg, for example, there's a pervasive attitude that says, I can't be seen to be growing vegetables because then I'm acknowledging that I'm poor. Whereas in Europe, the exact opposite is true. I'm growing vegetables because then I know what they've been ingesting and that they're good quality, etc. So the dichotomy and the problems.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that we also try to envision, because we shouldn't neglect some of this. I mean, we should never ever neglect this social aspect of it all, and this social aspect goes in the direction of attitude, of some social norms, right? And in some of these countries, I think the perception of urban farming needs to change, because people look at urban farming and feel that, okay, it's this old way of practicing agriculture. But the perception that we got from this experiment is that people look at it now, at least those in urban areas, that, okay, this is something new, this is something innovative, and a bit of the human concept. I can show my peers that I'm best, that I can do stuff in a much more modern way. To the extent now that the aquaponics, we can also use your cell phone to check for nutrients, right? So, I mean, in as much as we can integrate it into an attitude that is acceptable in a cultural sense, I think we can then make headways. But of course, like you said, we need to, all these social aspects, it's very important in how we go about this.
Thanks, Ben. So we have next Sachin.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for the presentation. I have a quick question in terms of the two aspects. One is the input cost, and second one is, again, coming back to the perception of the urban farmers. Because, so the first point is regarding to the installation cost that we find in India and a bit expensive for an middle class household. So that is one thing. I wanted to know what is the cost about. You can take the question, and then I'll go to the next question afterwards, after finishing.
Yes, like I said, aquaponics in this instance is not cheap. So what we did now, and this is also published for this 2.5 square meters, and because we brought most of our parts from Europe, we ended up spending roughly around 4,000 to 5,000 euros. Yeah, exactly. So everyone went, even I went, wow, seriously? And people were like, even the donors were like, what's going on? That's a lot of money. And one of the things I now was able to show is that for a fraction of that money, for say about 1,000, we can do something locally. And that is important to show people. So we're coming from 5,000 just to a little below 1,000. And that is a huge difference to a middle class family. Because when they heard, or a middle income family, when they heard 5,000, everyone was like, no, this is not working for me. 5,000, that lasts me a food for a lifetime, right? But something below 1,000, then they're like, okay, maybe we could squeeze something out. And that is the difference. It makes a huge difference whether we take something foreign and replicate it one for one, or whether we also use our own innovation, our own locally available technology to overcome some, or to substitute some of this replication, which I think is what we need to do.
Okay, just a follow-up question. When you said that 5,000 euros, or it came down to 1,000 euros, what is the capacity of that plant, the production capacity of that microponics installation? You have any numbers in that sense? Like per day, per month, per week?
Well, one of the things we do is for the fishes, at least I can say we were doing probably 100, I mean, this is a micro scale, right? So we're doing something around 100 kilos for a year. I mean, roughly. And then for the vegetables, we were doing something around 3 to 10 kilos a year of vegetables. But again, like I said, this is a really small micro prototype. And to the next question was with the perception again, right? I mean,
yeah.
When people
wait. Why I asked this question is, first time I saw hydroponics in my life working prototype was in Italy. So there was a food conference. Then they showed a small prototype, which was around very small, which was around, let's say, 6 feet to 6 feet height, 6 feet to 6 feet, 6 into 6 into 2 feet. So this was the frame, and it was looking like an alien thing for first time. When I look at, there's a plant coming up in your backyard, and there's UV light coming on it. I was like, are we going to eat this? It's something which is like very intimidating as a vegetable is concerned.
Yeah.
So that is why I asked that question, please.
When you look at the picture behind me, so you can imagine people who live in urban areas and they do vegetables and they say, well, getting soil is always a huge problem, getting good soil especially. And when they come to our facility and they see us growing vegetables like the one behind me on rocks, on pebbles, first,
Nice.
they are surprised. They're like, wow, what is this? Now, what is it? What is this? Because they don't know it. It's clay pebbles. But then to be certain that they know stuff, they can relate with stuff they know. We also use gravel rocks. So they look at gravel and like, how are plants growing on gravel? And then when I tell them about fishes, they're like, are you raising fishes here? And we're not smelling any fish pollution. We're not smelling. You know, how do you discharge your fish wastewater? Why is it not smelling of fish? And I told them that we can't be contributing to effluents because the normal thing you do in aquaculture is every 3 days, you release your water into the aquifer. And that's contamination, right? Your fish water. And I told them we don't do that. We use the same water for 6 months. They're like, are you crazy? You're going to kill all your fishes. I'm like, well, take a look. They seem to still be very happy fellows, right? And, you know, then the attitude starts changing. And when you tell them 5,000, they're like, oh, I'll just go to polluting the environment. But when you tell them 1,000, they'll be like, oh, okay, now let's see what can be done, right? So again, aquaponics, you just need to have a bit of feel of what is going on. So it's a bit of knowledge to background knowledge it's important to teach the people but teaching the people means they already have an idea what's going on. These farmers are very intelligent. So those who are doing aquaculture already know what's going on. Just introducing them and taking them by the hand step by step, I think it's a big thing that needs to fly.
One thing for sure, whenever I'm with Ben, he's always full of energy, and then he puts up a lot of passion towards it. I see about your presentation as well, Ben. Thanks.
Oh, well, I mean, like I said, we need to, if we are serious about sustainable development and sustainable goals, we need to look more inwards. We need to dab into local technologies. It's available. Local people have local solutions. We just need to refine it. It's not rocket science. We can do this.
Thanks everyone. If we have any more questions. Okay. Maybe I can ask one last question, Ben.
Yeah, please go on.
In regards to climate friendliness or climate resilience, first of all, people are embracing the production of food by themselves is a very good news and a positive thing to listen to. But while dealing with a limited amount of space in urban infrastructure, and in regards to its impact on the overall climate, in comparison to, let's say, the diversity of the crop, and for example, the crop could not be enough for one production cycle, could not even be enough for a week, or in regards to all these little aspects, is it viable to call aquaponics a climate friendly or climate resilient solution? Any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, that's a good point you raised, Shakir, because the idea is being able to produce more from the given, right? In a way that we can sustain this and we can pull through the different climate scenarios that we would face, right? Of course, on a small scale, I would say, well, on a small scale, we should look more at the economy of scale and scope in aquaponics, right? So if you want to do anything reasonable, right? If you want to do anything that would impact people's lives, we should be thinking beyond this small scale, right? I think that's one of your questions where you said, okay, given this cycle and this small output, should we be looking more at a scalable thing? Yes, I think we should be looking more at a scalable thing. But don't forget, as you scale comes also a bit of complications. So we still need local solutions to deal with this. On looking if this, on exploring whether aquaponics is climate resilient, I think it has been shown a number of times that this is nothing new. Back in the days, the old Mexican tribes, this dates back to the old, even the Chinese dynasty. They've used this, and this is not just 1,000 years. They've used it over time. It's just starting to come back because I think as humans, we just all of a sudden remember we wrote something in history, we've read something before. Oh, yes, now we can modify it. But solutions have always been there. And this was done also to get the synergy between fish farming and aquaculture and agriculture, and try to make it work in an environment that is either conducive or harsh. So they've used this way back for climate resilience. So it's nothing new. Its resilience to climate has been proven. We just need to adapt it now to our condition.
Thanks.
Yes, yes.
Sorry. It's also there in my native also. When they grow paddy, they, because of high rate of monsoon, they put fishes in it, and then the fish will consume, and then it will procreate there, and it was also good for the rice paddy, basically.
Exactly. It's been around. So everything we do is just putting a new package on the old stuff, right? So I mean, even I believe in a number of traditional systems, we have all these innovations. We just need to bring it into this new era. And I think we can achieve this. This can be achieved.
Thanks a lot. So I think we move to the next presentation from Sachin. It was supposed to be done by Sadhvi, but Sachin is the co-researcher and co-author. So I think we can proceed with that, Sachin.
Yeah, sure. So I will share my screen.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Not yet.
It's showing that it's coming up. There it is.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my name is Sachin, and I'm the CEO of Roots Goods Private Limited, which is having an office in Munich and in Bangalore. And thanks for your time. So today's idea was to introduce one of the project that we are doing with medicinal plants, which comes in the Western Ghat region of south of India. So we, as a company, we work with agricultural crops like maize, Moringa oleifera, and 6 types of fruit. Well, last 6 months, we started out collecting the seeds and saplings from the forest region here in Western Ghats, which is one of the biodiversity spot. of the world from UNESCO. So it has been protected by United Nations as well because of these high number of flora and fauna. So before we started, so we were working on the problems in the agriculture, grading and farm management. So here, when we were exposed to the farmers' problems, one of the problems we come across was veterinary issues. Veterinary issues, when I said cows, sheep's diseases, and the role of the medicinal plants that could be given to these cows and sheep that could solve the, at least prevent the diseases. So based on that, we worked on introduce the solutions for these preventive measures in our mobile application inside the Karnataka region. You can see on the right-hand side of the map of Karnataka, there is we give temperature analysis, spatial analysis of temperature for the region of Karnataka, and there we have built our own AI technology for prediction of and detection of particular type of diseases. In this picture, you can see in the maize there is a detection of black fungus. Similarly, we are introducing more data of the pests and diseases for the cows. So we made a quick team for it. We introduced a traditional expert who is an 80-year-old person in this Western Ghat region in Karnataka. He started helping us to talk with the forest officials here in India and go with them to collect seeds and saplings of these endangered medicinal plants. Sometimes it is aromatic as well. And then introduce a doctor, a veterinary doctor, who could suggest us the different papers that has been written on these ethno-veterinary medicinal plants, not just the traditional idea, but also with respect to the peer-reviewed papers. So we are trying to merge both these experts who are traditionally following it and they're scientifically with some statistical processes, like Dr. Sridhar. And the angle of geotagging also comes. Geographical indication, GI tags were also introduced for these plants. And these plants, which we have chosen, are native to these Western Ghats region, but similar plants are also available in different parts of India, so which is native to different regions. And we built a business model around it as well to sell it and generate some money from it. For that, we could reinvest the money in collection of seeds and samplings and taking care of nursery, taking care of the expenses of experts. So further, we listed these 9 plants based on peer-reviewed papers. And these plants have solutions, especially a preventive solution or the first aid solutions. So there's a lot of external diseases and pest problems that was addressed very easily by applying these plants or by consumption of these plants. But it was very surprising for us when we also understood that some of these plants are also helping the first aid care of some internal diseases as well. So that is something which surprised us when we started doing the peer review papers. So with that in context, we started a nursery with a very, very small pilot scale, like 20 to 30 feet. We grew more than 2,000 plants, and we also selected around 55 to 60 varieties which are available in this and categorize them into 3 divisions. One is medicinal, aromatic, and endangered. We are primarily focusing medicinal plants because it has a turnover value in terms of consumption pattern of the farmers. Endangered species are also picked up, but it is more of agroforestry point of view. So after that, we introduced these plants in two different categories of concern. One is in kitchen garden and then in animals consumption. So when we started advertising in the newspapers and in the online marketing platforms like Google, some Facebook groups, so then vegetarians, vegans, and people, or the tribal people who are living close by to the forest, or the people in the rural area who are close by to the forest, they started picking their interest. They started ordering these plants to grow in their backyard or in their plantations or in their farms. So that started generating revenue for us, and it gave the confidence to the team as well that they are in the right path, and we are choosing these plants which were under the list of endangered species list. So then after a month, we started through the university here, University of Veterinary Sciences. We also started contacting the farmers who are very interested, and some of them are doing animal husbandry in very large scale. When I say large scale, 50 to 60 cows together in one place. So they started buying these plants. And in India, there is a culture of herding sheep in 500, 600. Still there. It's not mechanized like poultry. Especially the goats and sheep are not mechanized. It doesn't happen in one or two places. They are a herd moves from one place to other place. So every time they come to a nearby place, when the herd comes from, let's say 500, 600 kilometers, when they come here to the Western Ghats, they always pick up these plants and they dry it and then take it with them. So that they can give the sheep and goats for the longer duration of time when they go out of this dense evergreen forest region to the grasslands. So this also some revenue model was generated through these sheep herders. And fisheries as well. Fisheries, there some of the plants were, again, they're dried and given to the fishes, and the amount of the livestock or the animal husbandry farmers are pretty high in India. If there are 100 farmers, around 85% farmers will always have some cows or sheep or fishes, or either of them. So it is a huge market available to grab, and only the awareness is needed. That is what we understood. That is what we understood from our pilot project with the medicinal plant. So further, as a revenue is concerned, from the last 6 months, we generated around 50,000 INR, and 50,000 INR is very close to $2,000 US. So, and also as a company, we created around a lot of videos and pictures. So this helped us to create a brand awareness towards the people about what we are doing, and we are also our commitment towards these sustainability as in lifestyle. So there's a lot of people who were conscious and they started connecting. They wanted to live a sustainable lifestyle. They started connecting to our brand, and this helped us a lot of. This helped us to reduce the cost of marketing as well. So as a company, so there is a twofold. There's a thing which is happening. We started promoting, and then it helped us to generate some revenue, one, and second, to reduce the cost as well. So it was a win-win for us. So we still continue. We are working with the Indian government now. Recently, I personally was invited from Kerala Forest Research Institute. Kerala is one of the southern state of India. So they're very active in these aspects. They called around 50 to 60 Indian Forest Service officers. They are like decision makers for the forest, basically. So we interacted with them, pitched them this pilot project. So, and they were very interested, and they were hopefully just 3 days back it happened, but we are hoping that we can having more interactions and recognize these medicinal plants in different regions, and then make use of that for veterinary sciences, veterinary sciences, and also the kitchen garden format where people can consume it. So we also generated employment opportunities in local region with a small pilot project. Also, it's going on. The employment opportunities are still already existing. So as far as climate change was concerned, there is in the southern region of India, in the south region of India, there are four big states. Okay, now it's five. But there are five big states in which we are focused on the state. Here, we understood, our team in Roots Coach understood that Dr. Shakil was also part of this research of the weather. So we understood that the Western Ghats were divided into north and south. And in the northern rainfall region, the rainfall has been increasing. And in the south part of the Western Ghats in south of India, yeah, it's kind of very catchy, but in south of India, south part of the Western Ghats has been receiving less than the conventional rainfall. So this brings up to the topic that there are three parts in the forest. One is less suitable for medicinal plant, medium suitable, highly suitable land for the growth of medicinal plant. So some researchers from Kerala Forest Research Institute also have the highly suitable land for this Western Ghats will reduce by 50% if the global warming reaches 4 degrees as far as the prediction for 2050. So this is a right time, we thought, to introduce these plants in highly suitable land. Some of these highly suitable lands are also taken for plantation purpose. So we are talking to all these farmers who are maintaining these plantations. It is not privatized. It is still the landholders hold it as farmers. So we are talking extensively with them to get use and maintain their farm in a more eco-friendly way, so that it could be acting as a carbon sink, and these plants also take up a lot of heat which is generated from the plants, because when the plantations are unique crop that produces a lot of heat, especially arecanut plantations and coffee plantations. So these plants are highly suitable for attracting these heat and catching them in the form of carbon and dissipating it. So this is one of the things that we are working with and this is about the conference that we are attending, and this is happening today. Thank you. If you have any question, please let me know. I'd be glad.
Thank you, Sachin. Thanks for the presentation. If you have any questions, queries? I saw your message late, Sachin, regarding that you would like to go next, but I hope it turned out well.
Yeah, thanks. Not worry.
Sachin,
So it's yeah, please, Ben.
No, please go on.
Sorry.
I thought you wanted to say something. I wanted to ask a question, but finish your.
Yeah, no, you go ahead, please.
Okay. You mentioned something regarding agroforestry. I just wanted to know what the situation is and what the level of adoption is there when you talk about agroforestry as one of the solutions to these issues that you raised, and what is the and how, because some of the research have found that agroforestry has 3 ways it affects farmers, right? We always hope for the best, going with the complementary and the supplementary, but when it comes to the competitive aspect, that's what we underreport. So what is your take on this, and what have you found out so far?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ben. So there's 2 aspects that we tried. So there are 2 plants that we've chosen for intercropping with agroforestry aspect. There is a crop called Moringa oleifera and Sesvinia grandiflora. So these 2 crops have turned out to be a cash crop for the farmers, because and this has grown along with other crops. Like, for example, if there is a coffee plantation and it has a width of, let's say, for example, 6 feet into 6 feet distance from each plant, it's like a square. Okay, so if that's the case, there is in between, there is a space, right? So we introduced these kind of, it's not a huge tree, agroforestry format tree, but still it grows beyond 12 feet, Suspennia grandiflora, or both Moringa oleifera, both of them. But there's very good aspect of these two plants are they're indigenous here, and they don't have any pests. This very critical pest. They're small caterpillar that is naturally there. That's all, and it is not a huge impact anyway. So that is where it started giving revenue, because there was not much diseases, and also it doesn't need much water as well. So that's where we thought that the leaves of the Moringa oleifera can be exported. Every 3 to 4 months, the leaves get exported. Now, not in Corona time, but it goes now. Moringa oleifera is a scientific name for drumsticks plant. So the drumsticks is also good, and it is sold to the market. So that is one thing which is happening with our farmers when we mix this plantation crops, which is kind of agroforestry, because it comes from for a very long time, like 20, 30, 40 years, coffee or coconut, both. So that is, so we are intercropping, then it also gives cash to them. So which brings out a very, take out a lot of weight from there as a farmer, because plantation comes from once in a year, that's all. If there's a problem, that's gone.
One follow-up question to that is then would you also consider, since you talked about carbon capture and storage, given that over the next couple of years, we hope and pray that the carbon prices continue to perform better than what we've experienced in the past. So are you thinking of anything related to carbon, forest carbon methodology, forest carbon application, or using that for carbon markets in either India or nearby China?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So here, that comes to my thesis. So what happens here now is that we are providing carbon rating for each farmer who are working with us in our mobile application and website, that they get registered and they grow these 6 crops with us. So we give them rating on their business transaction and carbon transaction, both of them. So based on that, their credibility will go up, which one is business aspect, which is also very important, and the quality which they are growing and the quantity they are producing, that is important. But at the same time, this carbon idea is we are not seeking like European alliances or Indian renewable energy certificates. We are not going there. We are trying to give them incentives from the company itself by giving them ranking and then connecting them to the buyer, telling them these are very good farmers, we are progressive farmers who are into social aspects of the agriculture as well. So this is bringing the more peers to are getting attracted, and like-minded farmers are also started connecting, and then telling that okay, these is the issues, that business is the issue, that is the biggest issue. Business has to go on for them. I mean, the production and the sale should go on. That is happening. That's good. But at the same time, if the company is telling a buyer, a conscious buyer, these conscious buyers are buying from a good farmer, and this farmer has been rated as well. So that's something which is like that's something which is very interesting for the community itself, for the buyers, especially in Europe. When we send Moringa oleifera to Europe, they always ask about many certifications. There are many, like at least 25 certificates they want if they has to pass the customs. So in order to reduce that, if we use, yesterday Dr. Gracie was attending. She was also our company's mentor in University of Agriculture Science, Bangalore. So we introduced a blockchain with a smart contract in maize, but it could not, there were some Corona issues that we could not execute it in 100%, but the technology is there, what we have built for the blockchain. So here in this aspect, what happens here is the whole, the smart contract will go with the QR code when it goes to Europe. We are doing only B2B, we're not going to B2C. Even then that B2B person can take it that further and then put it there, put these QR codes with smart contracts on the product that is consumed in Germany or in Italy, for example, or in France. So in that way, the social capital is built for each farmer, and indirectly it has been paid from the market itself, not from not some incentives from European alliances, or in India, there is what called renewable energy certificates, or in China, there is alliances for carbon as well. No, so we don't want it to go like you know how it happened when we were researching in 2016, and the market crashed, and it was very multidimensional, and it involves a lot of policies, and it was a bit many variables. So we try to reduce that variables for the incentive to get these farmers. So the best idea was to introduce this kind of technology where somebody can cross-check where it has come from, what is the social capital that he has built, and then buy it from the right farmer. It is also good for them because they are conscious buyers.
Because I think reducing the bureaucracy is really for the farmers themselves, and reducing the workload so they can concentrate on their core stuff and their core activities while moving towards sustainability. So that is also a big backlog that needs to be cleared. Yeah. So our experience here is, thanks for bringing that up. Our experience when we tell them to be climate sensitive, climate sustainable, and all this, they say like, "What are you talking? Like, why do I need that? I'm already suffering because of a lesser cost, and I don't have the markets, and there is climate change happening, and then uneven rainfall happens in India. It's happening. It's happening. Very, very evident." It's happening. Why are you asking me to take care of climate? I'm just a farmer. So then we thought like, okay, we'll not directly tell them about all these things. We give them incentives if they follow it through price and connecting to the international buyers or the buyers who are conscious in India, inside India as well. So this kind of blockchain and the QR code technology with smart contracts, it's been very effective with the pilot which we have worked on for Moringa oleifera. So we are trying to pitch this idea for our European partners soon. Once the corona ends, probably we'll go there and then pitch this technology what we have built. But yeah, it's in a pilot way, it has been very promising. And the peers has been, the like-minded farmers are connecting to each other. And they're trying to understand how they can improve the social capital and build better networks around India and outside India as well. So yeah, hopefully with all experts like yours suggestions, we would implement it in a better way, and yeah, hoping for the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we have any more questions, we can take one. Okay, so we have a small update regarding our partner journal Sustainability. Melissa is here, and since we had a small talk about Roots Goods, which is also our partner for the conference, and Sustainability Journal is also our partner. So because of a small issue on schedule update and so on, we had a small confusion, but I think next we can have a small view from Melissa regarding the Sustainability Journal. We decided to put about partners at the end of the conference because we have multiple strands going on, and so at the end the idea was that everybody would be in the same room and then everybody could listen it at once. But I think we are recording it and we will be discussing about these issues at the end. So I think you could go now, Melissa, and you could start your presentation now, and we will talk about it later for sure. Thanks for coming. So I think we can go. And apologies to Lokendra that you have to wait a bit, but you can go next, I think. Thanks, Melissa. Maybe you can start.
Thank you so much, and my apologies for this a bit of unplanned schedule, but I wasn't informed on time for the schedule change. So thank you very much for having me here and for allowing me to present Sustainability Journal now. First of all, I wanted to thank organizers and all of you for having us here and for giving us opportunity to present the journal, and thank you all for being here and listening. So I will start sharing my screen. Please let me know if something is not okay.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So as I mentioned before, I'm here to present the Sustainability Journal. My name is Milica Miloshev, and I'm section managing editor of the journal. So a bit about the journal. Some of you already know, someone may not, but Sustainability is international, cross-disciplinary, scholarly, peer-reviewed, and open access journal of environmental, cultural, economic, and social sustainability of human beings. It provides an advanced forum for studies that are related to sustainability and sustainable development, and it is published by MDPI, and it is a semi-monthly journal. Our editor-in-chief is Professor Dr. Mark Rosen from University of Ontario Institute of Technology in Canada. So here you can see on this slide, you can see a little bit of statistics. So for this year, 2020, our impact factor grew from the previous update. So right now is 3.251. Also the number with this, also the number of published papers and articles is growing. So currently, we have almost 33,000 published articles, and around 20% are articles that have been cited 10 times or more. Also, our statistics shows that per month we have more than 2 million views of our full text papers. And the median time of processing from submission to the first decision is 15.4. As I already said, that Sustainability Journal is very diverse and covers a lot of areas and topics. So we have more than 20 sections inside the journal. So for example, we have, those sections are covering different subject areas such as environmental resource and application, sustainable energy and its utilization, sustainable planning and human geography, business sustainability, economic sustainability, then, for example, supply chains sustainability and sustainable transportation. Then biodiversity and conservation, climate change and sustainability, sustainable agriculture and sustainable agricultural technologies, and so on. These sections have their own editors-in-chief, and here we presented some of those. And like I said before, our editor-in-chief is Professor Dr. Mark Rosen. In sustainability, here are some of the benefits of submitting paper and publishing paper in sustainability. So it is peer-reviewed journal. Submission, as I mentioned before, submission to first decision, from submission to first decision is 15.4 days. Acceptance to publication is 3.9 days. This is median values for papers that are published in our journal in the first half of this year. It is open access, which means that readers have unlimited and free access to all published papers in our journal. This also means that our authors are covering the article processing charges, or APC, how we call it for short. However, this APC, these charges can be reduced through the MDPI institutional open access program, in those discounts that this program is providing. Also, our journal has a big coverage by leading indexes services such as Science Citation Index Expands, Scopus, Social Sciences Citation Indexes, and so on. We do not have no space constraints or some extra space or some other charges other than APC. Also, no copyright constraints. Copyright retain author's work, and it is free use of author's article. A little bit about general statistics. Through the years, there is a significant growth of published papers and their citation among the scholars. So as you can see, there is exponential growth from 2015 until 2020. And in the last year, we published over 10,000 articles in journal sustainability. Through this whole time, from in this period of growth of published papers and growth of citation, rejection rate remained at the same percent, which you can see on the graph on the right side, and that is around 60%. So it varies from 60 to 63%. Here is how the flow chart of editorial process. So first, how it looks, the whole process from submission to publishing papers. So first step is submission. After the paper is accepted, the front desk, let's say, paper goes for a pre-check to guest editors of the special issue, if the paper is submitted to the special issue, or to our academic editor. Once it is approved to continue peer review process, it is reviewers are reviewing the paper, giving their comments, suggestions, opinions, and after that we are sending either to editor's decision or to authors to revise their manuscript, depending on a type of minor or major revision. Depends, that paper can go on one round, 2 or 3 rounds of review process and revision process. Once the revisions are done, paper is going to a final, we're sending paper to a final decision, and then usually paper is accepted if the revisions are done as reviewers suggested and academic editor suggested. When the paper is accepted, we are sending to our production team for copyright and our English editing department for English editing. Those services are covered with article processing charges. Once copy editing and English editing is finished, we are sending the paper back to the proofreading, to authors for a proofreading. And once the final check of the authors is done, then paper can be again sent to our production team and do like a final preparation for the publication. In the meantime, when the paper is accepted, our billing team is providing and creating sending invoice to the authors for the APC charges. I will explain a couple of steps for the manuscript submissions. So first step is manuscript. Once you go on our website, on sustainability website, you will see on the left side of the window, you will see that there is a button where you can submit your manuscript. So first step is manuscript information, where you fill out the information, basic information about the manuscript, such as title, if it's in a section, if you're submitting your manuscript to a section or a special issue. You also here, you can also add the abstract and keywords. Step 2 is author information, where you will put the basic informations for each author and co-author of the manuscript. Step 3 is to suggest or to exclude reviewers. If there is conflict of interest for the suggested reviewers, we won't invite them because of the conflict of interest, and our editorial office will provide another reviewers. Step 4 is to upload manuscript. On our website, you can find the template, Word and LaTeX, depending on what you prefer to use for your manuscript. You can choose some either Word or LaTeX. And here is at the step 4 where you upload the manuscript. Step 5 is to confirm and to confirm everything that you have filled out. Is it correct? And then to send it to the authors. As you already know and heard, that we are partners for this conference. So also our journal is doing collaborations and conferences, and also provides and has awards. So for example, the next week will be a conference, the 9th World Sustainability Forum, that is organized by Sustainability and the Sustainability Foundation. So if you have not yet been informed about it, you are free to attend. It will be online and registration is free of charge. And as you already know, we are one of the partners for the Sustainable Globe Conference in 2021. As one of the partners, and since the organizers are our guest editors, there is a special issue that related with this conference, and this is the title is Selected Papers from the Sustainable Globe Conference 2021 and 2022 within the theme of education, agriculture, and sustainable communities. I believe that you already know this, but you can go to the special issue website. You can see the link at the bottom of the page of the slide. And you can directly, as pointed arrows shows, you can directly submit your manuscript to the following special issue. Also, our sister journal, Environmental Sciences Proceedings, is partner of the conference, and this is also an open access journal dedicated to publishing findings resulting from conferences, workshops, and similar events in all areas of environmental sciences. So all the abstracts that are submitted to this special issue to the conference, organizers will collect and will be published in environmental science proceedings. However, you can submit full papers to sustainability and to the special issue mentioned before. Each conference paper will receive 20 Swiss francs discount. Thank you so much for having us here and for giving us opportunity to present the journal and to be partner and to support this conference and all the work that you have been, all of you, doing.
Thank you, Melissa, very much for presenting
Welcome.
the journal. I forgot to add one point. We have had a very good partner in Sustainability Journal for the conference because we are starting for the first time, and we had a great networking support from the journal, which helped us to reach wider population or wider network. Thanks for that. Yes, we have discussed about mostly discussed about these issues, but your presentation made things even clear. So if any one of us has any question or queries regarding the journal and our partnership, then maybe you can ask it to Melissa or to me.
Yes, please feel free to ask anything related to submissions and journal. I'm here, or if you do not have questions now but later, you can always contact our editorial office.
Yes, I think that would be great.
Thank you.
I think it was a very clear and concise presentation. Thank you very much for that.
I hope I was quick and that I didn't take too much time.
I think it was perfect. It was a very nice timing. I think
thank you so much.
Happy. And yes, we look forward for future collaborations with sustainability, and we hope our conference grows along with the journal, and we hopefully we are looking towards sustainability journal for a long-term partner. Let's hope for the best for both of these organizations. Or
Thank you. Likewise.
yes.
And thank you for supporting our journal and for supporting scholars, and you have a wonderful conference here, and I do hope that we'll grow together and expand.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Melissa. I think we have had a great start to the session, so I think we can take a small break of let's say 10 minutes, and then we rejoin with the following presentations. Thank you all. Let's see us in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, again.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, everyone.
Here,
Thank you. We can
this
see
is
your
my
screen.
presentation
Yes.
on the. This is my presentation on the topic of sustainability of Attaria Small Town Water Supply Scheme, Koilali District, Nepal. And
yeah, Lokenji, can you put that in PowerPoint full screen mode?
so,
The
okay.
next one, the not that one, the last one, okay, fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Here I am going to present on the topic of sustainability of Attaria Small Town Water Supply Scheme, Koilali District, Nepal. This is my presentation outline, your introduction, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. And let's moving toward the introduction. Approximately 663 million people in the world lack access to improved drinking water source. In context of Nepal, 50.2% of total population is residing at a Tarai region, and 90% of them are relying on a groundwater as their major source of drinking water. The groundwater-based water supply system is more vulnerable due to highly abstraction of water from irrigation purpose, which consumes 70% of total developed water supply of the world. And statement of the problem, around 25% of the water supply project has been turned defunction within the 2 years after the construction, and the sustainability of water supply system is always questionable. Migration, urbanization, and unmanaged settlement make the water system project non-sustainable in Tarai, and various issues associated with them, such as high operation and maintenance costs, difficulty to make investment, unavailability of local material. And then we are moving toward the resource question. This is my resource question here. The sustainability of Attaria Water Supply Scheme in terms of different dimensions of sustainability, such as technical, financial, social, risk, reliability, and organizational. And second one is, what is the impact of alternative water source installed at household on financial sustainability of Attaria water supply system? Then this is our general objective of this study is to assess overall sustainability of Attaria water supply system. And the specific objective are to access the sustainability of Attaria water supply system in terms of different dimensions of sustainability, like technical, financial, social, risk, liability, and organizational. And second one is to study the impact of alternative water source installed at a household on the financial sustainability. Here, this is a resource matrix diagram. Here, problem identification, resource question, and research objective. We can take a primary data from a questionnaire survey, sample testing, and focal group discussion, and secondary data obtained from a published report, journal, research report, and book. Then we can data collection, data analysis, interpretation, and result and discussion, and conclusion and recommendation. It should be done on the consultation of expert consultation and literature review. Here, this is our conceptual framework. Sustainability is governed by the five factors, like technical, social, risk, reliability, organizational, and financial. And all these criteria are governed by the sub-factor which are given above. Here, This is a sturdy area. Here, Godavari municipality, Kailali district of Nepal. This is the oldest project of the Kailali district and new capital of Sudur Paschim province. Dramatically increasing urbanization and high migration rate is challenges to making the overall project sustainable. And this project is the ideal project of entire Far West province of Nepal. And here, this contains a silent feature of Attaria water supply system. Here, number and capacity of reservoir are 2 number having a 800 cubic meter, and these all the features are represented in this diagram. Here, from the tube well, we can convey water at a chlorination unit for a treatment procedure, and then we can abstract the water. We can supply this water to our overhead tank having a 600 cubic meter overhead tank. Then we can convey this all water at a household of 5,630 or around 30,000 people at the other different ward of municipality. And this sample size can be, we can take this sample size from the current formula, and primary data collection is taken from water sampling, data observation, questionnaire survey, key information interview, and secondary data collection from the relevant of old record or data. Here, five monitoring criteria: technical, social, organizational, financial, and risk and reliability. Each sustainability dimension is governed by the many indicators. This approach is based on the multi-criteria approach, and comparative weightage of a criteria indicator will be taken through the literature or expert consultation. Weightage is assigned by the nearest value of average weightage given by the per expert. And here, technical criteria having the weightage of 25%, and the factors are technical suitability, easy to operation and maintenance, flexibility to scaling, functionality of a system, continuity of a system durability. And here are some sub-factor of these factors. Then second one is social criteria having the weightage of 15%. Here some factors are given: social inclusion and equity, user behavior, user acceptance, and public benefit. And third criteria is a reliability and risk criteria having the weightage of 20%. These contain enough water quality, frequency of malfunctioning, water quality, source future sustainability, and environmental risk. Then another one is financial criteria having the weightage of 20%. And these contain some factors like fund availability, sufficiency of operation and maintenance, fee collection ratio, and non-revenue water. And final one is organizational criteria having the weightage of 20%. And the factors are water user association functionality, training operation existence, and cooperation with external agency and book recording system. Here we are moving toward at the result and discussion. Here, technical aspect. These figures show the total weightage and assign weightage from our research. And here, flexibility to scaling so poor as compared to other factors like technical suitability or other. Then we are moving toward the technical suitability. There was an appropriate design type but lagged output due to the groundwater depletion. There is a provision of treatment unit like chlorination unit plan for the distribution system, followed the pump and gravity system but lagged in the pre-planning. Along with that, there exist all the component and technology required for the water supply system, but nature of terrain made the water flow comparatively low at the Maharakatan area. Then easy to operation and maintenance. There are 7 tube well and the water storage is sufficient with the pumping capacity of 600 cubic meter, the overall tank. For the operation of this component, it is easily carried out by the in-house manpower, but the lack in the maintenance when the tube well and chlorination unit is not functioning. And along with that, lacking in the spare part availability at a local market, then flexibility to scaling. The supply demand of the public is fulfilled, although the existing growth rate is by 7%. The availability of a land is 5.83 hectare and has demanded for a 2.91 hectare from the forestry land. And the fund is 4 million only, but they are also paying the loan in installation to the town development fund, which is the agency to give a some loan for a proper project implementation. Then we're moving toward the functionality of the system. Chlorination unit, storage tank, overhead tank, and distribution pipeline are well functioning, but like in the functioning of a tube well, since only 3 are functioning out of the 7, and at the durability of a system. For the lifespan of the component, overhead tank, storage tank, and chlorination unit are high, but lower in case of a tube well and a distribution line comparatively to the design period of water supply, that is 15 years. In the aspect of manual of operation and maintenance, the in-house manpower getting training does not follow it since they are working on their convenience. Here, another aspect is a social aspect. This diagram show the user acceptance is comparatively poor and public benefit is comparatively high than as compared to other factors. Here, social inclusion and equity. Out of 9 total members, 4 female are participating at the water user committee, but no representative from a Dalit and Janjati group. There is a provision of water supply distribution, about 15,000 liters per month at a Sudur Paschim inclusive primary school. And here the household carried out so the dependency of 100% in case of drinking and cooking. For washing, cleaning, and bathing, so the dependency of 98.5% on the piped water. For the livestock and agriculture, the dependency is 9%, and there is no usage of water supply for other component like the in-house commercial and industrial purpose. Out of the 67 respondent, 9%, 91%, and 0% of the respondent consider the water to excellent, moderate, and the unexpectable respectively in terms of water quality, and 21%, 79%, and 0% of the respondent found water to be more than needed, sufficient, and inadequate respectively in terms of water quantity at the public benefit. Out of 67 respondents, 66 responded they are benefited in their health after the installation of water supply system, and along with the health there was an improvement in their hygienic, and so is the improvement in the education also. Then risk and reliability factor. Here the breakdown occurs when there is an additional of a new user at the time of maintenance and cleaning, emergency breakdown due to the roadway and the drainage construction, and like in the technical section. From the public perception, sometimes the breakdown is about 2 to 4 hours, but it is considerable. And in terms of water quality, the lab test depletion, the physical, chemical, and biological parameter to be at a permissible range given by the National Drinking Water Quality Standard 2005. And for the field test, out of 16 sample tests carried out, 2 samples show the coliform presence. And for the source sustainability, from the analysis of a land use classification near the source area from the year 2014 to 2018, so the change in the cultivation land around the 2.5%, and in the change in the settlement area is around the 20.5%, but no any change in the forest and open space. Then 94% respondent was enough water, and even the water was continuously available for 12 to 24 hours. At a environmental risk factor, there are different adaptation mitigation measure. For the drainage condition, out of 67 respondent, 10% respond they convey in a line drainage having a treatment plan, 37% respond they convey in a line drainage without a treatment plan, and 53% respondent they convey into the online earthen drainage like forest, dump, low ground, and stream directly. Here, this financial aspect, this diagram show that fund availability is too much weaker than the other dimension, other factor. Here, the total amount of fund is currently is 4 million, but they are also paying the loan in installation of amount of 30.6 million to the town development fund. Through the saving amount is little, no any fund agency at the time of fund is secure. Financial recovery. Here, sufficiency of revenue for operation and maintenance. The total amount of income generated is about 0.95 million per month, and the overall expenditure is 0.775 million per month. Here, fee collection ratio are the annual tariff collection need to be 18 million 18 million. For the annual billing collection is about to 14.7 crore. So 14.7 million, it shows the due amount and non-revenue water. The average daily water production is 1944 meter cube, but the average daily consumption is 1300 meter cube. Here, the last organizational aspect at a water user association functionality. The meeting is regularly held at the 5th day of the month, where the income expenditure and data of the previous month is published announced. The water user committee tenure has valid for 3 years, but previously had been carried out at 4.5 years. For the project management, the data is safely recorded. Refresher training is held. There is support for operation and maintenance. There is also maintenance guideline for a tool and taken in action after 2 days. Expect the emergency breakdown of the system. Your trainer operation existence. There is also, like in the technical manpower, which weaken the training operation exit criteria and coordination with the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation and local government, but lack of coordinate with the NGO and INGOs for the book recording system. Recently, there exit a proper system of recording, but like in the previous data, since it was carried out manually, and also like the source manpower or book system, which directly influence the overall time management. Here, this diagram show the result of impact of alternative source of financial dimension. Here, this diagram show the and the design LPCT for a water supply. Your red diagram show the design LPCT, and the yellow diagram, yellow column show the consumption pattern. 97.01% of the user have the already alternative source of water, anti-well at the Tarai, and only 42.66 liter per capita demand water consumed in the winter, and 70.70 LPCD in the summer. An alternative source of water like anti-well altered 61.99% less water tariff at the winter, and the 36.88% less water tariff in the summer. Then we are moving toward the summary of finding and conclusion. Out of total sustainability weightage of 100, Attaria water supply system obtained a 75.05 cumulative average in the overall dimension. Thus, the system sustainability status of Attaria water supply system is unstable, sustainable. An alternative source of water, anti-well, resulting 61.91% less water tariff at winter, and 36.88% less water tariff in the summer. And the average monthly saving could be enhanced by the 40.47% if the water system utilization could be increasing by the adding number of household. There is no quantitative relationability of a household water supply system. However, the easily accessible and free groundwater through the tube well may discourage the use of pipe water, and haphazard extraction may lead to risk to the sustainability of a future source. Then recommendation, periodic refreshment training for operation and maintenance of the system. Water supply system should motivate the user to use the water from the pipeline by raising the awareness regarding the possible contamination groundwater from the shallow tube well and its consequence in the health. And due to the high settlement and deforestation for the province capital, sustainability of water groundwater source could be threatened. Therefore, haphazard groundwater extraction should be checked with the appropriate policies. And this is a reference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lokendra, for this detailed presentation. Just to add, we saw that the co-author of the project, Anis Kimire, is also present. So if you could provide a brief insight from your side, would be nice.
Yeah, thank you, Lovenji, for the nice presentation, and thank you, Dr. Regmi. Actually, the idea was to assess how are our water supply schemes in small towns of Nepal, especially groundwater based schemes were doing. So that was the objective. We started this project. Actually, this was just a graduate project, and we are just continuing the work now. So now we are focused more on the studying the climate resilience of this water supply scheme. But at that project, we were focusing on the general overall 6 dimensions of sustainability. Well, it shows that well, it is beyond this scope of this project. But what we found out was the deep boring based scheme seems more sustainable or more resilient than the schemes which are dependent on the spring source or surface water based scheme, which have which frequently face a lot of operational issues during the flood, during heavy rainfall, and so on. So for this particular scheme, that we found that they have a very good organizational dimension. So I think it was one of the reasons that the scheme is being functioning well. I think the major issue in the water supply schemes in Nepal is the institutional arrangement and the governance failure. So I think that is the leading to the failure of the water supply schemes and many other sanitation related projects. So yeah, I think even though it seems like this was done in 2019, but we need continuous efforts from the water supply users group or the community, the members, to continue the efforts to make these kind of community-based schemes sustainable. I think Robert Dongul G is also there. Maybe you should like to add something to that, please.
So thank you, Anissa, and thank you, Lokendra, for the wonderful presentation that was carried out as a part of academic. So thank you, Anissa, and thank you, Lokendra, for the wonderful presentation. So I'm also as being a co-author of this paper, I would like to have some insights on this academic exercise. So this was an academic exercise carried out by Lokendra Kharga. So normally what happens is, in our context, most of the water supply systems, they fail to perform as it was expected to deliver. Okay, so our main objective was to assess the sustainability of those water supply systems, and our data also shows, okay, those statistics also shows that most of the water supply systems that are being run in the country, they are not functioning, and only 25% of the total water supply systems is functioning in our context. So majority of the things water supply system need major, major, what do you call, modifications. And if you see the latest, statistic from the government, so in the past 4 years, so what I was talking was about in 2014. So in 2018, the government published a statistic on water supply coverage and functioning of the water supply systems in the country. So in that report, they have mentioned that only 28% of water supply system is working. Okay, so that is the scenario of the country. And then we have been conducting similar type of studies in most of the water supply systems, and we really found that basically there are two different sustainability dimensions that needs to be strongly addressed in terms of sustainability. The first one is institutional dimension, and then second one is the financial dimension. So these two factors really pulls the whole sustainability index towards unsustainability or sustainability at risk. Okay, so in most of the cases, these two are the major factors that determine the sustainability of the water supply system. But in this case, we found a bit different, like we found the overall system to be sustainable. Okay, so we have used this multi-criteria analysis method, and we have used the sustainability index, like published by WaterAid Nepal. So 2000, I think it's 2008. So that index, we use it. We use the, we used it as a comparative chart. So based on that, we determine whether the system is sustainable or not. So this is what we found it, and this is the only system. Maybe because of what Anis has already mentioned, that it might be because of like the water sources. But in most of the cases where the water is fetched from the surface sources, those systems are really in the bad conditions. So that's all what I want to share right now. So if there are any queries, then we will be happy to answer those queries. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We can start with the queries and questions if we have some. Okay, I think there are no queries, but I have a small query which was very interesting to see in regards to, so two small queries. In regards to field observation, could you elaborate a bit on that? Because it was part of the methodology and we did not see much about it in the slides. And the next issue is also connected with field observation, is that we saw a point saying that the water supply system helped to improve the education scenario in the locality. So these 2 points, if you could elaborate on, would be very helpful. Thank you.
So Lokendra ji, so would you like to respond first?
I cannot understand the question in detail.
Well,
Can you elaborate?
Well, Dr. Regmi was asking about, you mentioned in one of the slides that the water supply scheme has improved the education.
Yeah.
I think, that was the one question. And the first one was regarding the, the field observations and what field tools that you use and how you perform the, I think you mentioned about the water quality testing, as well as you went to observe the system, distribution system, treatment plant, etc. So how you did the field work, I think that was the first question. The next question was about how it improved the quality of education in the service area.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, sir, for this question. While I was going at the field for the data collection, and at the time of household survey, we are going to asking some question about how the water supply system change your education system as overall. Then most of in the context of groundwater source, like hand tube well at the Tarai area, most of the children it is too much difficult to extract water from a tube well for the children as compared to tap water supply system. They can easily take a hygiene, and easily they can save their time for their education as compared to hand tube well. And another question, while at the time of data collection, most of the we can get a satisfaction level of response from the water quality and water quantity from that system. At the recently, before the project installation at the Tarai, most of the people get a water from the tube well, and they can take a water which is they can take a water from a tube well is not really good on the perception of quality and taste and quality. as compared to that tube well source, they can get a more satisfaction and they get a more result on the perception of quality and quantity.
Thank you very much. If we have more questions, queries, we still have 3 minutes in this slot.
Yeah, just to add to that, if you allow me.
Yes, we have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, like Robert G mentioned, like I would like to say something about the tool that we use to assess the sustainability of the system. There was this tool developed by WaterAid Nepal in, I think, 2008-9 to assess the sustainability of the rural water supply schemes. And we took that tool and we modified that, and we did a validation with the experts working in this small town rural water supply schemes, and we use those tools. And like Lokenji mentioned that during the field observations, like during the scoring or giving the certain scores to the wattage which was assigned, so we use the field observations and the checklist, and then he checked the different the situation of different components of the water supply schemes. Like we went to the like the pumps, boring stations, like the treatment plants, and he monitored all those components of the water supply schemes. And as like he mentioned, did some sample survey of the service population, and then come up with the scores for the assigned weightage. And based on that, the calculation of the 6 sustainability dimensions was made. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the clarification. So I think it's time for next presentation. We can move on with Apeksha Rungel's presentation, if you are ready.
I think there was one question. There is one question, direct question to me. Is it from, I think, Dr. Dahal? He mentioned that, is it due to sicknesses of hand tube well use, where the municipal water supply system there is cases of sickness, so that they could focus on the, okay. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I think it's he mentioned about the I think he mentioned that the correlation between the education improvement in the education from the social survey. But I think if you look at the there are a lot of issues with the surface water quality in Tarai, like during flood event. There's it's not good microbial water quality. So when you have a pipe water from the deep boring, which obviously has better water quality compared with the surface shallow tube wells. So maybe that may be the case, that maybe they have less diseases in the community. But we didn't do that survey. But maybe that may be the case. They may have said that there is some contribution of the water supply scheme to the education. And another point could be the time saving in fetching the water, because not everyone may have access to the hand pumps at the household. So yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think now we can move on with Apeksha Rungel's presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna share my screen first. Can you all see my screen? Is it visible now?
Yes, we can.
And also you can hear me. Okay,
yes.
Great. So thank you all for being here today. And for the last 2 days, we are having a really good session regarding how we can move towards sustainability in rural and urban communities. And I'm really impressed with all the technical aspects that had been presented for the last 2 days and even today. Talking about my presentation, I will be moving more into methodological aspect of working with the communities, especially children, towards sustainability. So the topic being importance of children's participation for sustainable communities. This is part of my PhD research. I am Apeksha Dhungel, an architect with master's degree in landscape architecture. And currently I'm almost finalizing my thesis on planning open spaces with and for the children with the local context of Kathmandu. And if you like to see more of my architectural explorations, I've listed the website archyatra.com. And also I'm engaged since last 1 year in an organization, in a foundation here, Vriksha Foundation. I work here as a volunteer. And what we do is we try to revive public open spaces in the city, in one of the cities of Kathmandu Valley, Lalitpur. We work closely with the mayor of the city, and we are working on 7 different sites within the city, leftover open spaces, abandoned spaces, where we try to recreate the wilderness and work with the communities closely. So talking about my research, as being from a technical field, and now moving towards more towards methodological aspect and social science aspect of the study, I want to share a little bit of my experience as a technical person, as an architect, and as a researcher, and how I moved into action research. So after I finished my master's degree in landscape architecture, my thesis was on managing open spaces and categorizing them, and like building a framework on how to manage open spaces in a haphazardly growing city. And after that, I came back to Kathmandu as an expert, and I went to different government agencies and different places where the organizations were working towards developing urban areas sustainably. But when I went there, I found out that nobody was really interested to listen. So, and then I realized that I should take a different approach if I really want to make an impact. So from moving from whole to parts, I then decided to work on parts and then create a bigger whole in the future. So then I decided to work in small communities and small, I went to local ward offices after that instead of municipality. And there also the adults, the members there were not really ready to listen to me. So you can see the scenario that it's our right to be listened by the public representatives, but they are really not ready to listen. So this again made me change my approach. So this overall, now I'm working in urban planning, community planning, and then I move towards, okay, if the adults are not really ready to listen to me, maybe I can convince the children, because they have really open mind, they are ready to listen, and they are also very creative, and they can also give me, we can work together in a knowledge sharing basis. So I took this transdisciplinary approach on working with the children. So with this background, I would like to go into how childhood was before, like historically, throughout the centuries, it has evolved definitely. And childhood was not considered as a special period of time, a period of life historically. Everything was happening in the community, in social life, in families together. And it was all integrated with the daily lives of the adults. And this is how the society was living in harmony and balance. And actually, the learning was happening in the real environment. The streets, the pavements, the front yards were the play spaces for the children. And the more the children are exposed to these environments, the more they learn how to tackle with the issues around them. But now we have focused more because of the in the Western society, with the development of suburbs, the communities were very isolated, and the roads and streets and open spaces were more developed for cars and parking, and the provision of walkability and pedestrian friendly concept was diminishing slowly. And because of this, we had to segregate our children from the real environment and put them into a controlled environment in order to make them safe. And we started providing spaces for them that eventually they would have discovered by themselves. So children and young people have the potential to be more resilient, responsible, capable, and creative than we give them credit for. This is the present scenario. And yet their lives are becoming ever scheduled, controlled, and directed. What do they need from open spaces? They just need safety, green spaces, access, integration, health and well-being, sustainability, resilience, and safety. And that's what all of us need, people of all age group need as well. Now coming into the context, the site of my study, it's Kathmandu Metropolitan City, the capital of Nepal. And I chose this site also because I'm from Kathmandu and I have been doing ethnographic observation of my city since my childhood, I guess. And also because the city is growing very, very haphazardly and getting ever crowded like most of South Asian cities. But it wasn't like this before, also in Kathmandu. The Kathmandu Valley had really rich architecture and great settlement patterns that could be observed with the formation of individual dwellings, organization of neighborhoods, and urban squares, community spaces, which were integrated within the built form of the city. And the traditional settlements were always so compact, and multifunctional activities were taking place, which is the present scenario of compact cities in urban development. But now, and also agriculture was given a high preference, so lots of lands were left outside the periphery for agriculture. But now we are rapidly urbanizing, and encroachment due to migration, internal migration mostly from outside the valley, and modernization is diminishing the sense of community bonding and safety in these spaces. And the new settlements which are sprawling around the peripheral areas are privately developed, and they do not have much provision for parks, open spaces, or safe streets. And at the local level, authorities do have some mandates to author to the plan and operate green belts and parks and recreational areas, but they are not done in satisfactory level. So this is a much crucial and neglected topic. If the children are not designed into the cities, they are designed out. This means that they are deprived of the contact with the material world, with the nature, with civic life, and with their own capacities. So what we are doing is we are kind of disabling them to be a responsible citizen or a responsible human being when they grow up because of all these constraints. Many cities are nowadays have adopted to open space strategies which have a wide range of criteria such as to reinforce local identity and civic pride. And they also care about how to provide spaces for children and young people's recreational activities, also sports and community facilities, and spaces for all age group, and inclusion into the society, because there are lots of migration and we need to integrate people into the community so that they feel welcomed and involved as a whole. And a lot healthy places, and also we just saw the presentation from Ben, who was talking about urban farming with aquaponics. So also encouraging local food production, this is also one of the part, and mitigate and adapt to climate change through open space strategies. And when we talk about child rights, United Nations has made Convention on the Rights of the Children in 1990. And almost all countries of the world has accepted this convention. And it identified the role of the young people in shaping their own environment by stating that special attention needs to be paid to the participatory processes dealing with the shaping of the cities, towns, and neighborhoods to secure the living conditions of the children and of youth to make use of their insight, creativity, and thoughts on the environment. So we have these two things, open spaces strategies which comes under urban planning. And we have this child rights, child advocacy, and child needs, which needs to be integrated together to have a participatory planning approach with the children. So innovative urban planning approach is required in the 21st century. And lots of research nowadays state that children can contribute for the betterment of the environment for everybody. So looking at the contemporary works, in 1970, Kevin Lynch developed a project called Growing Up in the Cities. He realized that children's perceptions must be considered while a city is being planned or is growing or developing. So at that time, it was a very new concept and it was not fully supported. But in 1990, this project was revived, and a project called Growing Up in the Urbanizing World was started again. And with these two linked together, many other research and many other projects had been done, which applies the principle that children are really capable of making changes in the community and the society in the urban life. They can educate themselves and propel them to turn their ideas into action. But yet we consider them as marginalized populations. We often and mostly seclude them from the daily activities of our life. We tell them to concentrate on their studies or whatever, and we say that political issues or social issues are not of your concern, and we really exclude them. And therefore, their participation in political decisions in most of the places is tokenistic or decorative at best, and manipulative and deceptive at worst. So because they are also hearing us talk, and they might get sometimes manipulated too. So what can we do about this? We as researchers are doing our research, and the community is surviving on their own. And many research also say that communities are expert in their own world. So how do we bridge this gap? Is I think we can do through participatory action research. Here, we as researchers work with the participants and co-research with them, co-work with them, and co-plan with them, because only in that way we can move towards sustainable society and community. And also the Sustainable Development Goals encompasses that local skills and local level interventions are really important to make a global impact as well. So PAR, Participatory Action Research, is a theoretical standpoint and collaborative methodology that is designed to ensure a voice for those who are affected by a research project. People who are currently poor and oppressed will progressively transform their environment by their own praxis. So they are the experts in their own world. And philosopher Paulo Freire's concept of problem-posing education may act as a catalyst for social change. So the vulnerable population who are living in a particular situation can be fully aware of the situation. And in this case, children can become advocates for themselves and others. So for the participatory action research, I have chosen a tool which was developed by Caroline Wang in 1990s, which is called Photo Voice. And Photo Voice has three main goals: to enable people to record, reflect their community's strengths and concerns, to promote critical dialogue and knowledge about personal and community issues through large and small group discussions and photographs, of course, and to reach policymakers. So it gives an opportunity to have a voice to improve their neighborhood. It helps to identify, represent, and enhance the community, which might also influence social change. And what she explains is that Photo Voice, what she explains is that what experts think is important may not match what people of the grassroots think is important. So that means we go to the grassroots and we find out the real problem of their community. So we give them camera, we give the camera to their hands, and we tell them to give us the scenario of their society or their community. So I chose children of age group 12 to 16, so they could express themselves freely with the words as well as photographs, and they could take the photographs by themselves. And the children were so chosen that they are familiar with the locality, and I went to local private schools in 2 different sites in Kathmandu. And I went to schools and I asked asked the participation to be like the children who would come to school by walking or by bicycle, so that they are more aware of the what happening in their society. And so they and the theme for taking the photographs was, of course, open spaces. And after explaining the whole process of photo voice, what they had to do with it, and the photo should represent what they thought is happening in their neighborhood and the situation and issues in the neighborhood. So the 2 neighborhoods chosen were kind of contrast to the present scenario. One was a planned settlement by the government, which had provisions of open spaces, and the other one was haphazardly growing urban neighborhood with very narrow roads and very, very less open spaces, lots of construction sites as well. And but in my result, there was not much difference in the finding given by the children in these neighborhoods, so surprisingly. And the photos taken by the children was very interesting. It was diverse. Like you can see here, a picture of lots of buildings, though I told them to take photos of open spaces. And they explain it by saying that we have a very crowded city, our crowded city. And of course, a lot of garbage on the footpath, which hinders their free movement. And a rooftop garden, which they justify taking the photos, saying that we don't have open spaces, we cannot have flowers and parks in the city, so we do this in our rooftop. And this one here is the half-existent zebra crossing. From here on, I call the children with I research my little researchers, and one of the little researchers said that there is this half-erased zebra crossing on our street. And if I try to cross the road with the zebra crossing, I cannot really see it. But and if I cross it from anywhere, the police comes and tells me to follow the rules. So what should I do? And some other photos, they show religious sites as well, and they show a very nice garden as well, which they like very much. And one more very satirical open spaces was a social media chat box. And my little researcher told me that we cannot go outside because it's not safe. So we spend our time in our room, which is also our open space, and in this chat box where I spend most of the times with my friends. So these are the photos and the stories behind the photos. After this, this was individually done. And after this, we went into group discussion collaboratively with all the children, 20 children, in one room, and we discussed about the issues and options and solutions which could be provided, and what could be represented to the representative of the community, and also to the community, also to like other local people like parents and teachers and everyone. So this was the presentation and workshop day after the group discussion, and they displayed their photos at the public platform, and it created another more opportunity to discuss about the issues. And a workshop was done where they proposed solutions for the issues in the community with the design charrette, and we collected a lot of feedback from the public, and there was this two-way discussion between the policymakers and the children. So like when I was saying before that we really need to reach the grassroots to understand what is happening. This was a photo taken by me. So what do we see in this photo? Our observation is that children are playing in an open space. This photo was taken by a little researcher who said, this is an open space of our community, but we are not allowed to use it. It's reserved for some influential people. So we see completely different scenario. As an expert, as a researcher, I went there and I was observing, but what the little researcher told me was so different from my perception. So I again insist that we really have to reach to the grassroots to really understand the situation. Even in case of farmers or in case of any community, we really have to hear their voices as well when we go there as external people. So these are little interventions. They have suggested that we need to make parks and playgrounds multifunctional and all age group parks. Cleanliness should be maintained. Utilization and preservation of open spaces should be done. We should have more greenery. And the most important thing they said that was that we should raise awareness and motivate people to use open spaces and to take care of open spaces. We should do cleanliness campaigns and like do march pasts and rallies so that people are more aware about the open spaces, and also about managing waste, which could be done in the house. So it was moving from the community open spaces, public spaces to the way of living in daily life as well. Also about the infrastructure, they talked about public staircase, which I did not observe because I was doing a bike tour. They said that the stairs is very dangerous for little kids to come up, because it was not balanced and it was breaking everywhere. And after a few months of this session, when I visited the site again, the stairs was repaired. I don't know if it was because of the little researchers or it was done eventually, but this was a positive thing as well. And they talk about community bonding. And two more things they said was that the open space which they were not allowed to use should be managed properly, and it should be managed according to time schedule so that everybody can use it. And another thing they proposed was the school ground and private plots which were left empty. If we could utilize it as a lease or something when it is not in use by school and the private property holders. So these are two new things which was very innovative coming out of my little researchers. So they were able to identify the types of open spaces, activities that was going on in open spaces, and who were the actors. Was it only the government to blame, or local people were also not responsible for taking care of their spaces, and what kind of intervention and who does these interventions? So we can really consider children as change makers, and their participation brings responsibility, and thus this is the core for a democratic process. And participation is not only in these kind of projects, but it should come in their daily lives, so that a child does not become an adult after becoming 18. It's a gradual process, and we cannot tell them that you are an adult now and you are responsible. So this responsibility comes with involvement, participation in the daily life as well. And Winnicott, a researcher, defines a holding environment as a necessary condition for a healthy psychological development. This means that a person wants to be in this space because not only because it's good or bad, but they are attached to this place and they want to make this place better. So from my analysis of it was an eye opener for the policymakers. At first, they were not really ready to listen to the children. They said that everybody talks and nobody does anything, so we don't need to listen. We are doing our job, and etc. etc. But after these sessions, they were saying that we need to provide spaces for children. Yeah, we need to do this for children. So this is, I think, a huge development. And local people were very enthusiastic and interacting with the children. And photographs were showcasing the issues that the local people are not had much noticed. Like, for example, a simple picture of a garbage on the street could be thought-provoking once it was photographed and exhibited in a bigger scale. So these are my little researchers who said that we must work hand in hand. We have to manage what we have, and we have to conserve our heritages and temples. And with this, as it was an action research, they gave solutions like awareness, cleanliness campaigns. We should make parks, and for the awareness, we were considered again work with the little researchers. And just a moment. Yes, and so further action was either exhibition at a bigger scale to make a bigger impact of awareness, making a park with the local authorities and community groups, and cleanliness campaign for awareness. And at that stage, because of budget and everything, what we could do immediately was cleanliness campaign. And for this, I talked with the local ward office and cleaning managers, and the children who out of 25 of them again wanted to volunteer for the project, for the action, and their responsibility was to bring the volunteers by themselves. So from the first action to second action, they were already more involved, more participating in the process. So we successfully conducted a cleaning campaign, and many people who were walking on the street also joined us, the local people, and even a police van came and started wearing gloves and started cleaning with us. So it was very interesting. And at this time also, they talked, the little researchers talked with the public representatives, and they had a really fruitful session, and they said that come to our school and, just what happened? Yeah, come to our school and we can do this project together. We can clean our city together. So when we conduct an action research, it's kind of an action spiral. The first action motivates another. The result of the first action motivates another action. So we conducted a cleanliness campaign. We are going to go to a large-scale exhibition, but then the COVID, the pandemic occurred. So we did a virtual session with many other children, which was again organized by these 5 little researchers. And also for the validity of my research, I interviewed experts, and I'm planning a virtual exhibition of the planned live exhibition with the children, and 2 more outcomes, 2 more series of actions that are going to place within the coming months is awareness installations in the public spaces, and designing a park and making a park in public space. And for this, I have received also a university fund, and the local representatives are also willing to raise some fund and work together on this. So we have a lot of methods to work with the children: drawings, interviews, photographs, but we also need to think about holistic approach. So adding a philosophical backdrop to it, man and environmental always interconnected, one affects the other, and action should be followed by research, and research should also be followed by action. So methodological approach should be flexible, adaptive, transdisciplinary, democratic, action-oriented, transformative, and a continuous process. We should never stop doing this. So as a participatory action research, we need to identify the problem first, plan action, and take action. And again, if there are more issues coming in, we have to be able to tackle it and modify it and be very flexible with our approach. And I would like to end with Gus Penn's words. I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of my good science, we could address those problems, but I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation. And we scientists don't know how to do that. This is also inspired by yesterday's presentations as well. If everybody, I think almost everybody was here. So thank you so much. I'm open for questions and queries.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation in regards to going.
Do I stop sharing my screen?
Yes, you could.
How do I do that? Stop. No. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the insightful presentation in regards to going deep down to the community, which also touched our last presentation from Lokendra in regards to going to the community, and also Ben's presentation was a very nice insight. Thank you very much. If we have any questions, queries, we can proceed. Yes.
One quick question. Regarding
Ben, you can go ahead.
Okay.
I can see your hand from Siva Kumar. You can go next. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amshaya. That was a very good presentation. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I just wanted to find out, because you said you interviewed experts on the needs for all of this. And were you able to, are you looking to reach a consensus too on what experts think on how we should involve children in this open space discourse, right? So if that is the case, were you looking at a Delphi study too anytime in the future? So we get a consensus on what maybe we see what experts think, and we see what the kids are saying.
Mm-hmm.
We try to see if there's a match or a misfit, because we adults think we know everything, but apparently we know nothing. Because it's always been like that. So let's see how far the mismatch is, and if you think there will be something like that, or what is your thoughts?
Yeah, the solutions provided by the little researchers, the children, was in line with the research done by many researchers throughout many years. I think you could see it in the presentation as well. The experts I interviewed were from here, local experts, but there are lots of experts internationally working for child advocacy, child rights, and urban planning with children. And there are so many papers. If you try to find, if you just do search with children and urban planning or child-friendly cities, or many things related to that, there are like lots and lots of research papers where researchers are working together with children to build a better environment for everybody. And here also, I did a very quick interview to validate my findings here in Kathmandu. And I interviewed one urban planner and one activist who is working to make Kathmandu bike friendly. So even though they were from different fields, the concept and the ideas they shared were quite similar. And but the thing is, the urban planner was more into policies and rules and regulations, but the activist was more into like we have to do it. So I think we as researchers also need to be this bridge between the activist and like our research society as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can go to Sivakumar next.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hello, ma'am. I have two questions, sir, for you. Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually, why you choose children for this? Why can't you choose the teenagers for this?
Yeah, they are actually teenagers. They are from age group 12 to 16. And if we work with younger children, we have to take a different methodology, because we cannot talk with them. They have different way of expressing themselves.
Yeah. Adults,
Why? Sorry.
Adults.
Yeah, I mentioned it at the beginning of my presentation that adults were not really ready to listen to the new ideas and new concepts, and the innovative way of working on urban areas.
Okay, ma'am. Then second question is, everyone is not believing in spirituality. Some person, what they know, the adults are not. Persons were there who will not listen to the spirit also.
There is some
voice is breaking. I can't hear you. Okay, I think.
Oh, I think he had some internet issue. Okay. Maybe we can move to Ismail. Ismail has a question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Shakir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very impressive presentation, and good luck for your PhD.
Thank you.
Actually, I had two questions. First is that how did you get the consent of children's parents, and what was the reaction of the children's parents during this study? And the second question is that how did you make a network or connection with other actors like schools or teachers and other activity, other institutions that are important in the grassroots area?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. For reaching out to the children and also to the community, I went to the local schools in these two neighborhoods. There were altogether 4 schools, and I did a survey by myself. And I went to all of these schools and talked with the principal and other authorities in the school. And two schools from each side agreed to work together on this project with me. And the children were then briefed about the whole process, and the children who really wanted to participate were selected, or they came voluntarily for the project. And as far as parents' consent, of course, I made the consent letter and they signed everything. And they were also very happy during the exhibition. Most of them were there, and they were very encouraging and happy with the process. And about other community groups, when I approached the school, they have been there for many years. And also I went to the ward office, like the local ward office. They're always the local members, and this is how, and they're also, they have these community groups coming and doing different works, and through them I approached the other community groups as well.
And what was the background of these children's family? Where they belong to? I mean, the socioeconomic backgrounds.
Oh yeah,
Where they belong
yes.
to, for example, upper class or middle class or middle class. In the area?
Yes, I would like to add this because this was really important part of my research as well. I did not choose the upper, like the high class families, because they have the paid playgrounds, and you know, like they can go out to the outskirts in their own cars or whatever. And also urban poor were not selected because the whole concept was bringing children in the outdoors. So when through my observation, I could see that the most affected ones were the middle class and lower middle class families. And in these schools, particularly, these children were studying. And these are the children whose parents are scared to send them outside to play because they fear of other like safety factors, and they cannot take them to the paid playgrounds because of financial situations. So these were the children I selected for my research.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sivakumar is back. Maybe he can finalize his question.
So sorry for that. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry for that, ma'am. Sorry.
No problem.
Ma'am, my second question is that spirituality, what you said that spirituality is so necessary for sustainability. Can you hear, ma'am?
Yes.
Spirituality is very necessary for sustainability. It is really correct. I agree that. But most of the peoples will believe in spirituality, and some peoples will not believe in spirituality is also there. Some other persons will, some of the persons is there, will not believe in spirituality also. Then how can you convince them about the spirituality? Why? Because spirituality is so necessary for this sustainability. But some peoples are there who don't understand about the spirituality also.
So I think we should change the words of spirituality and make it into mindfulness or consciousness, so that it's all about like believing in yourself and how you sustain your life yourself from within. So that is inner sustainability, which you can call the spirituality or your mindfulness or your thoughtful actions, or you can just give different words to this, but overall you have to be very honest and dedicated to your work. I think that's important.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is just one follow-up to Esma's question. Are you not also running a bit of a thin line regarding selection bias? Because now you're just looking at a certain class or categories of children, and that you are running into a selection bias problem. So, because one has to be careful. You see that, because you made mention of this middle class. I get it, because the lower bound of the middle class, as well as the upper bound, they are the ones fearing for their kids.
Hmm.
But those who are the poorest of the poor to fear for their kids, right? So
Sorry. Last, I didn't understand the last
I
part.
said the poorest of the poor
Yeah.
they fear for their kids.
Yes. Okay.
And
No.
they fear for an open
That
space.
was
So
that was not.
selection,
That was not my
your
meaning.
intention.
I didn't mean to. I didn't
Yeah.
mean it like that. But like when we plan these open spaces for children and by the children, this is for everybody. So, but to work on it, we need to select a group which is more the most vulnerable at the moment, and also which represents the city as a whole, because we have a lot of lower and lower middle class families in Kathmandu. So it would be more representative population as well.
Because if you were looking for something to put all these groups, or to stratify all these groups, you could look at like propensity score matching, where you match all the kids into where they're supposed to be. Because not that I mean, this is a great work. Not that certain viewers say, well, I see selection bias. They always see selection bias anyways.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. I think we can take a couple of questions more. I saw a hand from Jyoti. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. A very insightful presentation was. I would like to know that how difficult or easy it was for you when you approached the local level, like the authorities, like the mayors you talked about.
For me personally, I told also in the presentation that it was very difficult to talk to them because they are not ready to listen at all. So I had to be very manipulative. I have to go to their office and stay outside for like, I go there one day and then nobody is there. They just leave. And the next day I go. I had to be very persuasive as well. So it was not easy, I'll tell you honestly. But then you build up this relationship with them, even if it's love or hate or whatever, and they kind of start, like listening to you eventually. And regarding the municipality in like Lalitpur city, I was not the one who approached for the Briksha Foundation. It was Milan Rai, who is the founder of the organization or the foundation. He was the one who was this person who was staying outside mayor's office for hours, so that our voice could really be heard. So yeah, it's not easy.
Thank you, ma'am. I really wanted to know because I heard from the other people also it's very difficult for this process, and this I wanted to know because it would help me for my case study works as well. That's why.
Yeah,
Thank
you have to like really go there.
Yes, for like the grants and all, it's going to be difficult maybe.
Yeah. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best wishes to you, Jyoti. So we have one last question from Robert, but I think Robert is not here. I think he already left. So I would read out the question. It is in the chat. So he says, normally it is very hard for a hardcore technical person to adopt social research in the life. He wants to know what specific factors that motivated you and what message do you want to portray to young engineers?
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer this so easily. I don't know, maybe it was my lifestyle, it was my attachment with the place I was born or my city, or I don't know, it was something inspiring and motivating which comes from within. And eventually your life events and everything comes together, and like the choices or many things, and it's really difficult. I know as an architect I love designing, but I cannot do this anymore because I would be designing for the rich people only. So I have to make choices which would I don't know if I should say this, satisfy my pocket or satisfy my soul. So I think
Maybe your husband.
Nice. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we can move on to the next presentation. So please correct me if I pronounce your name wrongly. I think it's Zairo. I hope I'm correct. Okay.
Yes, that's that's some kind of pronunciation, you know. Okay. Good morning for everyone. I'm very pleased to be with you here today. I'm very honored, you know. I'm very excited, you know, because I think I guess I'm the only Latin American in this session, you know. So to me, it's very great, very excited to listen works in Kathmandu. You know, you listen this word in Latin America, and you imagine some kind of movies, some kind of a lot of histories. You know, a lot of millenary traditionally. You know, I want very much to go there to Nepal. You know. So
yeah, you are welcome here. Would be nice. Hopefully in the future we could organize this conference in Kathmandu, and would be a nice get together.
Yeah, I want.
Yes.
So
maybe
my
we can
name.
start. Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Jairo because I'm from Colombia. You know, we are a Spanish language country. You know, we talk Spanish because we are a Spanish colonization in Latin America. I'm Jairo. My last name is Robles Piñeros. Yeah, in the pronunciation, but I want to present it to you this work that was developed in Brazil, because my master degree and my PhD degree was developed in Brazil. So with a scholarship in an international scholarship with Brazil. So let me share my.
Thanks. Nice to know a brief profile about you.
Okay, thanks. Let me know if you are.
Yes, we can see your screen.
My screen, okay. So.
Okay, let's start. Thanks.
Okay. So, good morning for everyone. So, I'm going to present a part, you know, it's a shortcut of my research called, I want to call this presentation like scientific and traditional ecological knowledge as a necessary dialogue to face socio-environmental issues, a case study in Bahia, Brazil. Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened. My screen. Sorry. I don't know what happened.
No problem. I think you can start again.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So, this research have some kind of principal topics, you know. First of all, I want to again make a presentation because my work is not just me. I'm Jairo Robles Piñeros. I'm from Colombia, but I'm from the PhD program in Philosophy, History, and Science Teaching from the Federal University of Bahia in Brazil, and in co-agreement with the Interinstitutional Doctorate in Education from the District University Francisco José de Caldas in Colombia. My two advisors, Colombian and Brazil advisors. My Brazilian advisor is Jailsa Costa Baptista from the State University of Feira de Santana in Brazil. And my second co-advisor is Adela Molina Andrade from Colombia, from the Interinstitutional Doctorate. That's the three universities in this research. So I want to introduce. I want to start making some discussion about the importance to recognize, you know, that the modern scientific knowledge with this accompanying worldview of human beings, apart from the natural world, has been very successful in furthering human understanding and the manipulation of simple systems. You know, Tengo and collaborators talk about the success of scientific development, success of scientific knowledge in making or producing answers to socio-environmental questions. but with a kind of trouble, you know. However, one of the main shortcomings lies in the process of approaching these socio-ecological systems and their great complexity. That's the principal point. We have a great knowledge systems, you know, like academic or scientific knowledge systems that brings solutions or create pathways to answer to simpler systems. But when we have faced a more complex system as socio-ecological or socio-environmental issues, we are not just, it's not enough talk about just scientific knowledge. So we have some kind of epistemic challenges in knowledge production, you know, because we have to recognize that knowledge about the natural or biological or in general ecological world is produced by heterogeneous epistemic communities inside and outside the academy during the resolution of many of the challenges in the life science manifest. It means different people, different group of people produce a different kind of knowledge system to bring answers to their socio-environmental questions or issues. So this recognition of the diversity of knowledge, you know, this kind of another knowledge systems has been required in fields of action such as the agriculture, the conservation biology, and the health, you know, the ecology, disciplinarity research, and another, among others, disciplinaries, because that's important to integrate or to recognize. The first step is to recognize another knowledge systems that make create a process of dialogue with academic of scientific system knowledge systems. So we have here two principal points, you know, the socio-environmental issues as a lack of dialogue. That's important part in this point. In my experience, like as a teacher, a school teacher, primary, secondary, and right now I'm a university teacher. But I'm working right now too with a kind of governmental institution called Secretary of Education, making an evaluation, assessment, and of the, I don't know how to say it, environmental projects of the schools. In Colombia, we have, and in Latin America in general, we have an environmental law that it's obligatory to the schools to create an environmental projects in the schools. So we are working with this kind of perspective, but we know that there is a huge gap between the discourse constructed by the scientific and the academic world and the citizen motivation to understand socio-environmental issues. In 2007, Blomstein and Zlaen published an article called "The Failure of Environmental Education and How We Can Fix It." And in 2017, Guillermo Ortz-Hill, a Spanish academic, talks about the science, emotions, and communications. And this year, in July, I'll publish an article called "It's Not About Trash: Children's Conception About Ecology and the Implications for Biology Education in Colombia." That's a kind of background talking about why environmental education and why socio-environmental issues must be approached in an alternative way. We have to change the way, we have to change the perspective that we are approaching the socio-environmental issues with the population. Because environmental education has to do with an interesting burden since it's a mandatory state policy and in turn, depending on the focus, a speech of capitalism greenwashing, you know. And it is necessary to develop an approach that dialogue that creates opportunities of dialogue with another knowledge systems to search, finding alternative pathways in solving socio-environmental problems. Now, I want to talk here that I am not prepared, but in the last presentation of Apexia, I am pronouncing it well, Apexia. The question that was made about the poor people on the socio, the socioeconomic profile of the people. I have to say something that there's important to talk about the environmental perception. The environment is not the same to the poor people, to the rich people. For example, here in Bogota, the capital from Colombia, we have a kind of environment, of gray environment, a concrete jungle to poor people. They don't have a green field. And if you go to the north of the city, you have elite schools with a lot of green field, and I think you can think that the environmental perception of these two populations are the same. Are the commitments are the same? That's the principal point when we talk about the environmental commitments. It's the same commitment to the poor people that they don't have a little relation with greenfield, with another kind of that have a different perspective of the world, and this have a relation with the socio-economic profile, with the structure of the city, of the constructions, and of course with the construction of the territory. The recognition of the territory is a principal point in this kind of discussions. So when in this epistemic challenge, we have also an epistemic challenge in knowledge production. Because while it's increasing this kind of recognition of tech, this traditional ecological knowledge, this kind of this another systems of knowledge systems, it creates opportunities for better participation and representation of local or traditional communities through collaborative practices. Its interaction with academic ecological knowledge also creates complex methodological challenges, because we are dealing with 2 or 3 or some kind of different knowledge systems that we have to relate, that they are interacting, and in all intercultural process, they make a friction, and the friction is real in this kind of approaching. So we have a kind of approach in the case of Corazón de Maria. It's a pronunciation in Portuguese, Corazón de Maria. We have a three-part research. We have the ethnographic research, the educational intervention, and with a great part in philosophy of science. This part of the work was published in the last year in the studies in history and philosophy of science from Elsevier, making a great description of this case of study. So when we talk about how do you deal with this kind of tech and AEC, or it means traditional and academic knowledge in science education, Amy Kim and their advisors in her PhD process, making a kind of criticisms about how do you deal with this kind of knowledge, the traditional knowledge of the people of the community, of traditional communities, and brings this opportunity to the school, to the education. And they are critics about it's then a kind of adaptation or appropriation of the knowledge, because you just use all the specificities of the knowledge that you are useful. If you think that some part of traditional knowledge are useful for science education, you take, but you don't take all the parts of this traditional knowledge, and you make a kind of appropriation, like an utilitarianism perspective when you took this kind of knowledge, So when we talk about the intercultural science education, we are talking that's a process that promote an intercultural dialogue between students and scientific knowledge, seeking to establish relationship as well as similarities or difference between knowledge systems. Science education must always be open to the dialogue between science and students, even non-scientific ideas. You know, that's the important part. You have to develop a culturally sensitive profile like teacher to be capable to dialogue with another knowledge systems and create opportunities to dialogue and create opportunities to face socio-environmental issues. That's the principal point here. That's a book that we published in this year was launched. This work is called Scientific Education Through the Interculturality from Knowledge and Practices, from the editor from the Federal University of Bahia. So the principal question, and the question that everybody makes to me in this kind of presentation is, okay, Jairo, how do you relate this kind of this knowledge system now? How do you relate traditional ecological and academic knowledge? Okay, we have some background, theoretical background, and we are talking about that to the intercultural perspective, the development of a complementary system of traditional, local, and scientific knowledge, which can dialogue in terms of use, practice, values, that's important, and apply to conservation, or in this case, in scientific education. So we are talking about cooperation based on mutual respect between local and traditional communities and scientific communities, you know, or teachers, science teachers, or institutions, and preserve the autonomy of knowledge production processes and seek possibilities for dialogue and complementarity between knowledge systems. So our perspective, our proposal is making an intercultural dialogue, an epistemic dialogue, what we call interepistemic dialogue, and of course, we have to recognize and be capable to recognize the ontologist dialogue. You know, we are working with the inter-ontological dialogue, because in the background of this kind of knowledge systems, we have people, we have persons with ontological commitments, with realities, with values, you know, with political and social commitments that probably and always are not validated from science, you know. So we took the transdisciplinary research because we are defending here the perspective of transdisciplinarity, because obviously we are working breaking these barriers of the scientific knowledge. You know, to us, all the stakeholders, the participants, and the results must be decolonized in terms of research or participants and knowledge systems. That's the important part, you know, because in this part, transdisciplinary research is a colorful and highly contested field, and this variety of problems deal with the transdisciplinary research, different expectations, and that's important part, participants from the science and involved in this research. Not all are science, not all are teachers. We are working with participants of different origins. I want to talk about Corazón de Maria. That's the people from Corazón de Maria in the state of Bahia in Brazil. You know, Brazil is the bigger country in Latin America. Have a complex relationship with the environment. That is shaped in tensions between conflicting biocultural realities. In one hand, the communities have a rich traditions of integrating farming techniques, biodiversity, and cultural meaning into distinctly local biocultural system. But in the other hand, the local economy, increasingly dominated by conventional agriculture, that is engaged with the development of the agri-food industry and urbanization of the area. So we have in this kind of perspective, the march of the progress, you know, shocking with the traditional perspectives and the traditional livelihoods in the people in Corazon de Maria. They're farmers, you know, and we have to recognize this kind of origin. So in our research, we have two districts, two municipalities, you know, it's Corazon de Maria and the district of Retiro, that's the call. And we work with two schools, two farmer schools with 6 teachers of science, 180 students, and all the families and the farmer community around these schools. That's the first one, and the second one. I want to say something important. This district in Bahia, in Brazil, are recognized as the abacaxi because of the pineapple, you know, are the district of the pineapple. They historically recognized it. You can see here, they have a monument to pineapple. It's a historically recognized district of the production of pineapple, the better pineapple in Brazil in the past. In the past. Right now, the farmers in Corazon de Maria have a lot of problems. They're struggling to survive. So you have some idea. This is Brazil. If you have an idea of a map of Brazil, you know, this is Latin America, Brazil, here with the state of Bahia, here is the district. You know, Brazil is like a continent. It's bigger. It's impressive. So, what's the proposal? The proposal was to design an educational intervention aimed to addressing the academic content, especially in ecology and environmental issues, with the dialoguing with this traditional ecological knowledge, because we made some visits, we are field visits with the students and the teachers, you know. And first, we use the first part, the experiential knowledge of teachers working in we call the co-production and collaborative production, you know. We know this like a practice community, research teachers and students, we are a research community. The traditional knowledge of community, making this ethnographic and ethnobiological work with the community, and searching possibilities for dialogue between tech and AEC, traditional and academic ecological knowledge, to face socio-environmental issues with the students in the classroom and in the schools. So we have 3 socio-environmental issues. First, the traditional piece of knowledge. This is photos from the research. There's a manioc crop with the people from Corazon de Maria. Second, ethnoclassification of organisms. That's organisms that they recognize, like the caterpillar from the corn, the caterpillar from they call caterpillar green, and that's important one. That's a fire caterpillar. They call fire caterpillar because I don't know if you know this organism, but if you touch this organism, you get sick because they produce a kind of of neurotoxins that make your vomits, fever, and a lot of pain in your skin. They call fire caterpillar. That's important. And obviously crop and social issues. For example, with this kind of organisms that they recognize like a fungi, but it's to the scientific knowledge, it's an insect that they call cocodile, or that's an anomopteran. You know, that's an insect that the female fixed in the plants, and it's very difficult to to take. So we produce with the teachers a proposal in a way of in a comic format. That's Se and the Bichos. Se y los Bichos. The traduction is Se and the Bugs. We produce a comic with a story created by the teachers and the students. We select a daily superhero. He's black. Obviously, Bahia for you. If you don't know, the state of Bahia is the state with more population of Afro-descent population out of Africa. You know, all the people in Bahia, the majority of the population, it's Afro-descent. You know, it's black. I don't have problem to talk about this kind. They recognize itself like black people. You know, it's not a kind of, it's not an epithet. It's a kind of recognition. Okay, we're working with these people. That's a lot of funny because I am the different between among them. But we work with this kind of proposal, like the manioc, the caterpillars. You know, we took this kind of problems, and here we have some special thing. Look, the same three species that I relate in the last part, they are related here, and here we have some special part, because in this part we are working the agroecology, you know, to face the crop systems, and we are facing this kind of two perspective: the monoculture, you know, and the use of toxins, of chemical, and we introduce some special concepts like complexity, like resilience, and like diversity. And that's important part to face this kind of socio-environmental issues in the locality of the municipality of Corazon de Maria. And we propose the agroecology like the pathway to face this kind of problems. So we define three important aspects of transdisciplinary research in science education. First, we promote an intercultural dialogue in the science teaching process. We develop a science teacher training process focused in recognition and sensitive cultural diversity, and foster process of valuing the culture by the community itself. That's important part. Livelihoods and ontologies, the realities you have to deal, you have to face, and you have to recognize and be attent, have to be sensitive. It's for the reason that in my PhD research, we are working with a concept that is called culturally sensitive profile in science education. You need to be sensitive to this kind of cultural diversity, because you are dealing with you are not dealing with rats. You are dealing with subjects of experimental laboratory. You are dealing with humans, and you are dealing with realities. You are dealing with commitments, and that's the important part when you develop this kind of research. You know, we have to decolonize this kind of research. And obviously, you have to participate with them. You know, this is a methodology that I'm trying to validate. That's an ethylene participant research that you have to drink a beer with them and talk about all their commitments. Emphasizing the field-school intersection, general community participation, mutual respect and support between different sectors, and collaboration processes. So we are talking about this. I'm gonna pull this one, and I'm finished right now. So our leitmotif, what's the principal point in this kind of research? we have to recognize that these tensions are intertwined with political issues, as academic research and local communities tend to be in very different positions of power when representing their epistemologies, ontologies, and values in collaborative practices. It means research always have this kind of position of power over the community. You know, we need to decolonize this kind of practices. On the other hand, intercultural dialogue must be accompanied by a dialogue, not only an interepistemic, but also an interontologic, like I say, with the objective of not finding convergence, you know, and understanding the divergence, epistemic and ontological, that must be negotiated in process of culturally sensitive science education. So we pretend and propose that our teaching and our research practices be decolonized and reflective. Adequate accounts of knowledge integration need to be complemented by a political notion of ontological self-determination with the people with work. I want to close my presentation with this artwork from the Diego Rivera, a Mexican painter, called Pan American Unity. And that's a part that it is necessary then to develop educational processes that go beyond the utilitarian perspective of tech at the service of ec, and to think about science education as a process that is concerned with the epistemological and ecological and ontological commitments of the education participants, students, teachers, and researchers. Thanks a lot for your attention. Obrigado pela atenção. Gracias por la atención.
Thank you, Jairo.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this comprehensive presentation. It was very interesting and very deep. I enjoyed it a lot, and the connection with the previous presentation of Apeksha made it a holistic experience for me, and I hope the same for others also. So we could start with some queries and questions. If you have any.
Yes, let me just, I'm not, I'm not.
Do you want to close the screen or?
Yes, I closed the screen. My laptop. I don't know what happened with my laptop. That's
okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yes, we have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, hello, this is Martin Lindner speaking. I'm sorry, I was joining the meeting, but I also was in the other meeting, so sorry. And there was a Brazilian speaker speaking about Paulo Freire.
Okay.
So I was very pleased by one of the pictures, and I would like to share this picture with our friends from India, from South India, from Karnataka. Because I'm a big friend of this integrative system which you want to introduce to the farmers. There is not only one crop, but there is a mixture. It is like forest farming or mixed farming and so on and so on. And I know it from many places in Latin America. And also I know it from my friends in Germany who are organic farmers. So they do not have one crop on the acre. They at least have 2 or 3 crops. So one crop is producing the nitrogen fertilizer by using the sunlight, and the other is producing the harvest, which we harvest as humans. And so maybe in India, you could then also take this picture. I'm sorry that you closed the presentation, but maybe you can take this picture as your goal, as your development goal for the maize, that the maize should not grow alone on the acre, but together with trees or with shrubs or with herbs or whatever. So just a recommendation. And thank you very much for your insight into the province of, what was the name of the province?
Coração de Maria.
Oh, Coração.
Coração de Maria. Yeah, the pronunciation in Portuguese, you know, Coração de Maria. In Bahia, the state of Bahia in Brazil. Okay, thanks, Martin. Thanks. That's a great insight that you have put here in the table, because that's in this link that I'm letting in the chat. We are presenting this kind of results, and of course we have a lot of diversity of practices, of traditional practices to make the crops. We call some of one the triplet, and they put the maize, the beans, and the manioc joined together in a kind of three-part agriculture, because they protect in the development of growing, and protect from the sun, because they are Bahia is a very, very dry region, and very, very hot region. And that's important part, because they are dealing and they are struggling to maintain this kind of practices, and lost their knowledge to appropriate the new agro-food and new agro-systems practices. That's the principal point. Thanks, Martin. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We can proceed with the next question from Ismail.
Thank you so much for your impressive presentation. I would like to ask two questions. The first one is related to epistemological perspective that you look at it. It seems that you have mostly at a pluralistic perspective of epistemology. But you know that when we look at the socio-ecological or socio-environmental issues, as you have also mentioned, they are very complex. So we are facing we have the situation that is called complexities of different issues, sociological issues, ecological issues, and also economic, political issues. So this means that we need to go further than a pluralistic view or perspective. We need to look at the critical aspects or epistemology in our epistemological work. So it seems that you have mostly looked at the discourse between traditional knowledge and also academic, and on the other hand, academic knowledge or related to this ecology. So, but did you find other aspects, as I said, in this complexity, for example, the role of power, the role of other policies, the role of other informal institutions that affect it? And this is the first question. I need to receive your feedback, and then I can continue.
Okay. Yes. Obviously, when we talk about this kind of recognition of another knowledge system, we are standing in epistemological pluralism, because using this kind of perspective, we are capable to understand that there exists another kind of knowledge productions, and this reality could be useful to face when we talk we are working like a Western society, like Western society, we need to face the reality, to creating opportunities to bring another kind of system knowledge to face with our problems. For example, here in America, we are so much examples where how do you relate and integrate knowledge systems to find answers to socio-environmental, and it has to be with economical and traditional and beliefs Because, for example, here in Colombia, we have a project in conservation with in the Pacific area in Colombia with people from this area. They work with mollusk, with a kind of mollusk, you know, a bivalve mollusk. They call the piangua. So we are working with a fisherman, with a fisher people, making an integration of knowledge to conserve the mangrove in the Pacific coast of Colombia, promoting economical pathways to the people, to the fishermen, avoiding the overexploration of the mangrove, you know, and obviously working in co-productive production with local and governmental institutions and academic institutions like universities of schools. You know, that's the principal point of making this kind of research. Another example, for example, I want to bring here in Alaska, the government make a law to avoiding the exploration of the whales in the North Sea. When the people, they call the Alaskan people, the traditional Alaskan people, know this about this law, they call the government and say to them, hey, you're making a mistake. Your dates, your numbers are wrong. So was developed a co-production, you know, an integrative perspective with academics, researchers, and traditional knowledge, and they realized that the number of whales that they have are wrong. The traditional people recognize different practices to make a measurement of whales in the North Sea. You know, that's important. There are a book from I don't remember right now, that the title is Ancient Answers to Present Problems. You know, because in this kind of integrative process, we can find some answers in that deals with all kind of I could say dimensions, Ismail, dimensions: political, environmental, social, ecological, ethical, epistemic, and ontological dimensions, you know.
So thank you so much. Still, I want to emphasize that socio-ecological aspects, complexities need to go further than a pluralistic view. They need to consider critical systems, critical system thinking, like heuristic systems, to help them to consider all the stakeholders, to consider the power, to consider that, because many ecological issues that we at the moment we see is because of the conflicts that we have between the stakeholders, between the actors, and the different powers they have. Some actors, they have a big influence. They we will call it, they impose their powers to others. That's why you can't easily manage socio-ecological systems. The other issue is that you look at the relationship again between the academics, researchers, knowledge and traditional knowledge. In these situations, we need to know what functions you are expecting from knowledge systems, because when you look at the knowledge system, you expect different functions, and different functions need a background and support of different institutions. So I suggest that in the future, look at these different functions and different institutions, how these different institutions can support these functions. And all of them are also influenced by transformative factors, transformative institutions that affect them, like the bigger policies, international or national policies that affect these socio-ecological systems and knowledge system that you are working with. And I want to again thank you very much for very interesting and impressive presentation, and wish you the best for your PhD and your further research. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ismail. That's a great feedback that you made here. I will take all this topic that you took, and I'm a very reflexive attitude with this point. Obrigado. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ismail. We had a next raised hand from Yasmin. Are you still on? Hi, Yasmin. Okay, maybe it's a mistake. So Sachin, maybe you can go next. You are mute.
You are mute, Sachin.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. So hi, Yario. Thanks for the detailed presentation. My name is Sachin, and we are a private enterprise working in agriculture sector. And the pineapple which you showed in the picture is pretty exciting because we are working on the farm management of pineapple crop in south of India, where they are grown in evergreen forest with very high diversity of flora and fauna as well. So my question is, how is the private participation in these kind of private funding participation in these kind of projects, especially in your project, if you get any funding, or if there's any collaboration for application of patents or something like design patents or something similar to that? This is coming at the perspective of industry. This is because we want to learn from these and probably implement it and probably collaborate more with the researchers like you. Thank you.
Okay, Sachin, you have to take a very sad part of this kind of projects, you know, because in Latin America in general, the fact of the lack or the absence of the state, you know, made possible the incursion of private, of agro-industry, of agri-food industry, take the soils, take the regions, and nobody concerns with this, you know, because the people talk that there is no state. They have no state. We in Latin America have a very important phrase that the poor people have no nation. You know, there's an absence, a total absence of state in this region. So
when you mean region, what are you in this? When you mean region,
region. Okay. Region in this point is Bahia, the state of Bahia in Brazil. But in general terms, in Latin America, you know, since Mexico to Argentina, talking about all these latitudes, since Mexico to Argentina, there's a similar phenomenon. You know, the absence of the state. We are putting in a plate our countries, our resource, our regions to the private contributions, to the private enterprises. We are in a little words, we are selling the Amazonian. That's important. We are selling the world's lungs, you know, and that's important part because, for example, when you talk about fundings, the funding that I received to this research is a funding from the CAPES. That's an governmental institution in Brazil that promotes and supports the research in the country, but they support the research. When we are working research, when we are talking research, we are working from engineering to health to medicine to all the research, you know. But if you ask for some kind of institutional support, institutional fundings for this kind of people, that is inexistent. That's the part, because that's the principal motivation to us to make this kind of research in this context, you know, because it is necessary. It is necessary to go there and face this kind of reality, you know. That's the principal topic. Thanks, Session.
Got it.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, maybe I can close with my question if there are no further questions. Thanks, Jairo, for this nice presentation. My question is in regards to the ground situation, which you are better aware of because you are doing your study in the region. So in regards to the epistemology or the knowledge system between the community, the indigenous community or the traditional knowledge and the modern knowledge, let's say, what kind of attitudinal difference are you seeing? Because we see attitude in a very multi-dimensional spectrum and not in just one attitude, not in just one dimension. So, for example, to give a relative example, in Nepal, there is the conflict between communities who live nearby the natural protection forests. And by tradition, they are using the forest for their livelihood, for fishing, for grazing their cattle, and also for firewood and so on. But when the park or the natural protection system came in, the possibility to conduct these activities were restricted in the name of conservation of the forest. So do you see a similar example? And because of these kind of situations, the community are having a dual attitude in regards to the utilization of the natural resources and also in regards to the conservation or preservation of the natural resources. So this is my first query which I have, if you could give some of your insights from the ground. And the second is just a connected part to it, which is the thing which intrigues me, or it creates some kind of question in my mind, is that we also see a similar pattern here about losing the natural elements and replacing it with concrete, as you show the example of the pineapple concrete. So how the school children perceive these kind of change, or what is the overall attitude do you see in the ground, is my overall general question. Thanks.
Okay, Shakil, thanks for the question. You took a very important part, but that's the attitude. We are precisely working right now developing this kind of a concept called the intercultural attitude, you know, because when we face this kind of issues, we are always making a transition between three kind of commitments: the epistemological, the ontological, and the ethical knowledge commitments, you know. When we are working with this kind, when we recognize this part, we can go be further in how do you deal and how do you create answers to make conservation, not this kind of restrictive conservation, you know. Conservation is not to create a wall around the good around the park. Conservation is to make a clear environmental management, making an harmonious process with the people that lives in this community, you know, because we have to face one reality, one point. These people have an ontological commitments, you know, and that we call an ontological model, you know, an ontological, you know, a reality that they, to us, is not the same part, you know. There are some communities that call the river like a brother, the river like a living being, you know. Here in Brazil or in the Amazonian region, some indigenous people like Yanomamos, they recognize the jaguar like a familiar, like a brother, like a father, like their ancestors, you know. To us, it's a Panthera onca, you know, taxonomically named Panthera onca, and that's a jaguar, that's a biological organism. To them, through the ontological view, it's a brother, it's their relatives. And you have to face this reality to make process of conservation. You can't make conservation without have in mind this reality and these world views of the people involved in the process of conservation. You know, you have to deal with this kind of process. Another example was with the Yanomamo people, with Napoleon Chagnon, the famous anthropologist. They took blood from the people, from the indigenous people, and they don't know that the blood to the Yanomamo people are they carry their ancestors in the blood. If you take blood from these people, you are disrespecting their ancestrality. You know, you have to deal with this kind of process when you are developing ecological or conservation process. That's the principle for the first question. So to the second question, that the principal topic to be concerned with the people. The students, the young people in these municipalities, in these two little towns, they are not part from the people. They don't have identity. They want to go away from Corazón de María. They don't have identity. They don't create a perspective of territory. They don't identify themselves with the community, with the cultural aspects, because this kind of practices they recognize like the ancestors, like the grandfathers, like the grandmothers, but they are modern people, you know, and they want a cell phone. They want an iPhone. They want to work in the modern cities. That happening in Brazil, for example, in this region, is the people, the young people from Corazón de María are emigrating to the south of Brazil, to São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Santa Catarina, that are the states with the more developmental and economical and touristic places that they are working in like, you know, in restaurants, cleaning, in hotels. That's the reality. It's a kind of exilium. It's that the people are emigrating from this kind of places because the lack of identity, the lack of valuing their own culture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this nice explanation.
Thank you.
So, Taki, what do you think about the final session? It should already have started. Is it now going on, or do we need a short break or a bio break?
Yeah, I think we can decide how to proceed. Do
Is
we need a
anybody
break?
in need of some coffee or some tea or whatever, or shall we continue?
¿Pedir la palabra?
¿Tú quieres una pausa por biopausa o
palabra? I listened the word palabra.
She wants to ask a question.
She has a, people, I want to introduce you my Colombian co-advisor of my PhD process. That's the Professor Adela Molina.
Adela. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Yo escribí a Zach que pedía la palabra. Perdí mi mano aquí, la manita de pedir palabra.
She wants
Yeah.
to ask a question.
Yes.
Ah,
yes.
¿Quieres
está
participar?
bien,
¿Quieres decir
sí.
algo, profe?
Sí, sí, estaba pidiendo la palabra.
Dale,
Bueno,
profe, dale.
no, Jairo, era para preguntar cómo localizas nuestra investigación en el campo de América Latina, qué importancia le ves, qué avances crees que estamos proporcionando con estos resultados. Gracias. Por favor,
Bueno.
habla en español, no hables en inglés.
But the people wants to know what do you, bueno, las personas quieren.
Pues lo haces en los dos idiomas, por favor.
Eso,
Okay.
pues, tú lo
Okay, people.
traduces, no sé.
Okay, people,
No, él mismo puede hacerlo en los dos,
Sí,
en los
sí, yo
tres.
sé.
The,
Yo sé
the,
que
the,
puede.
the teacher Adela asked about the how I perceive how I can perceive the proposal, this kind of proposals, make some kind of develop, some kind of go further in the research field in Latin America. For example, in the educational or the research field in our region, Latin America. So I want to ask you. I go answer first in Spanish. So after I want to answer in English. You know. Bueno, profe, considero que lo que nosotros hemos venido haciendo está construyendo, está consolidando un campo que ya tiene, creo yo, una década de avance en la investigación, pero creo que hasta unos años para acá hemos venido creando algo que nos faltaba y eran redes de colaboración entre perspectivas que puede que se estaban dando en diferentes países latinoamericanos, y lo que acabo de ver hoy, por ejemplo, en Nepal, hay cosas que se están haciendo muy parecidas, pero no habíamos tenido la posibilidad de comunicar, de intercambiar y de construir colectivamente el conocimiento. Y eso es un punto importante para la construcción de esta línea, que sería esta educación científica intercultural como una perspectiva vigente y necesaria para América Latina. Considero que nuestro trabajo está en un aporte de lo que llamaríamos un abrir puertas, o no, más bien consolidar un camino que ya viene siendo, que ya estaba abierto, pero lo estamos consolidando de una manera, creo que un poco más fuerte. ¿Sí? Estamos creando una comunidad un poco más fuerte con respecto a la investigación en la interculturalidad.
Creo que hemos pasado, perdón Jairo, hemos pasado del discurso de la interculturalidad, su valor e importancia, digamos, política, de adoptar perspectivas críticas al respecto de lo que sucede en la educación científica en nuestro continente, a considerar de manera más explícita y clara cómo disponibilizar esas perspectivas, ¿cierto? Y cómo teorizar, proponer categorías teóricas, proponer estrategias para su implementación, su análisis, su interpretación y su proyección en otros lugares y sus limitaciones.
Ok, sí, pero tienes toda la razón y es algo que estamos prestos a seguir. Considero que es importante darle continuidad a esta investigación y a este tipo de divulgación, o sea, que este espacio empiece a llegar a otras dimensiones y otras áreas. For the people that are here in the meeting, the answer for this question, that how do I make a balance about the research in Latin America, I answered the principal point that is the recognition of this kind of perspective, the intercultural perspective in science education, for example. We have some reality. First, that we are making works in different countries around the world, but we are always making our research in a kind of isolated perspective, you know. But in this moment, indeed, in the present, we have constructed a kind of web, you know, a web of knowledge. In terms of Leon Olives, we have constructed a web of intercultural always, but always to the interactive. We are transmitting knowledge between countries, between universities, between academics, between communities. And that's the important part to consolidate, you know, a research field. This research field I call the intercultural science education, and the professor Adela adds to the answer, talking about it's not just an perspective, it's a field work, it's a research field, and we are making a more concrete proposal for a global intercultural science education, like a recognition of a very, very important and necessary research line. So people, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very, very important point, and I think this gives us opportunity now to wrap up a little bit this large conference over 3 days. We have now 45 minutes left until we end, because we end very punctually at 8 o'clock here in Europe. This is because I'm German.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry for that. But I would like not to make the final comment now. Maybe I make final comments now, but I would like you to make the final comments. So we heard already from Jairo that we are going worldwide. We are not staying in our country. I mean, this is very visible by our conference, and I'm very happy about that. But I don't want to dominate now the feeling. I would like you to join in a circle, which is not easy on Zoom, but maybe one after the other. You could please give your insights into the conference and into the globalization of education for sustainable development and globalization of ideas for sustainable development. So I would suggest that I ask you in the line of my computer, because then no one has to wait and we don't waste time in waiting for people who are a little bit too shy to start. So can we then start? Is it okay? Yeah, I was a teacher for 10 years and you can feel it now. So Apeksha, you are the first in the row. What is your impression? What did you learn in the last 3 days about the global perspectives of sustainability?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, the last 3 days, including today, has been really productive for me, with all the this technical and I'm not so much into farming. I learned a lot about it also, and lots of presentations were regarding rural areas, big farmlands, how to manage them, and also involving communities. And I think this is a very sustainable approach to it. What I would like to add to it is, because I'm working with the children, the whole environmental educational model should not only include the natural science, but it should include the environment, as in political environment or social environment, or like art into the environment, and all these aspects, so that a child can develop holistically. And we are all, I think in this century, we really need to be transdisciplinary, as we talked before in presentations. So I think if we move forward like that, we can really achieve our sustainable goals, development goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Julio, could you say just in 2 words what she was pointing out?
Ok, el profesor Martin primero está haciendo una invitación a que todos participemos dando nuestras impresiones de lo que hemos aprendido durante estos 3 días. Lo que Apeksha comunica es que ella aprendió mucho sobre los temas de agricultura, sobre las comunidades. Ella trabaja con niños y ella considera que la educación no solamente considera la parte de la ciencia, sino también otros aspectos como las artes, la formación política y buscar una transdisciplina para la sostenibilidad. Thank you.
Gracias. Okay, Sachin is next.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the last 3 days for the time and the explanations. So for me, it was very interesting to know people from researchers from different parts of the world, and probably it has showed us different ways to execute and understand the parties involved in the projects, and then the cultural nuances that matters a lot, how to communicate and how to recognize the communication channels was very interesting for us. Thank you so much. We look forward to talk to everybody. And from Roots Goods, we are thinking to have once in a month kind of interaction with all of you. So it would be great if we have emails or exchange with the conference or with Shakil, so that we can organize something like that. If it's then connect to the policymakers in different countries, wherever our company is active in, and the business experts as well. So this is what we are trying to think in this way, so that other wheels of the car or the cart could also bring in with the researchers, so that there could be more perspectives for the successful execution of your ideas. Thank you.
Okay. En general, Sachin lo que nos cuenta es que él aprendió mucho. Primero, le gustó conocer gente de tantas partes del mundo. Aprendió aspectos relevantes de las acciones en otros proyectos y sobre aspectos culturales. Su compañía Roots Goods está trabajando pues para integrar más personas en el proyecto, entonces le gustaría estar en contacto con todos para seguir avanzando en esta construcción colectiva. Gracias.
Jairo, can we drop you because you were just the last presenter? Is it okay? And you said some general words.
Okay, yes. Martin and everyone, I want to say thanks. Like I said in the first part of my presentation, I feel excited. I feel honored to be here with with a lot of people of the world, you know, of this world, concerned with the environmental aspects of the world, of the research, of the always making contributions to a better understanding of our own troubles, you know, and concern about how do you find new pathways to create solutions, or to find solutions to our socio-environmental issues, you know. To me, it's a pleasure. To me, it's an honor to be with you here, talking with people from Nepal, from Germany, from
South Africa.
From Africa. I feel honored, you know, because to me, it's a great experience. Let me send to you a virtual hug. Let me send you a revolutionary hug. You know, we have to change this world, and we can.
If you sentences in español or in Portuguese.
Quería decirles que gracias a todos. Para mí es un honor de estar con ustedes el día de hoy, con tantas personas tan importantes del todo el mundo, que nos preocupamos y tenemos un camino claro sobre la necesidad de investigar y de crear nuevos caminos, de crear encontrar nuevas soluciones para nuestros problemas y sobre todo para nuestras cuestiones socioambientales, en construir puentes y redes de conocimiento que nos den la posibilidad de tener comunicación y encontrar posibles soluciones a este mundo que lo necesita. Virtualmente les envío un abrazo a todos, les envío un saludo revolucionario y necesitamos cambiar este mundo y lo vamos a hacer. Saludos.
Shakil, you wanted to say something?
Yes, just to point out, Heinz lost his internet connection, so he has sent in apologies. And Sam needs to travel 30 kilometers back to his home and there are some COVID related regulations. So maybe we can let Sam speak, and maybe Sam can leave.
Sam, go ahead. Your impression. Samuel?
Sam, you are mute.
Samuel, you're, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. and colleagues for this conference. But basically, I've tried to write something in the chat because of what Shakil has mentioned, that we are basically faced with challenges regarding COVID regulations. We have to be home before 8. But basically, I think I've learned quite a lot from the different colleagues from Latin America, from Asia, and from Africa, especially agricultural, social, environmental. But I think more importantly, it was the issue of having young children participating in planning matters, which I think is basically a new paradigm shift. And the issue of the relationship between sustainability and the spirituality, which I think basically that also needs further interrogation. But all in all, thank you so much. It was quite enlightening.
Samuel, yeah, thank you for staying with us.
Okay.
Maybe a short
En general, Samuel dice que pues él aprendió mucho de todos los colegas, pero sobre todo le pareció muy importante haber comprendido más sobre la parte social de lo ambiental y esa gran riqueza de la discusión que tuvieron sobre la espiritualidad en lo ambiental. Thank you.
Okay. Adela, could you wait for a few minutes? Is it okay? Okay.
Sí, estaba pidiendo la palabra.
Sí,
para
pero le está
también.
diciendo que pronto si esperas un poco,
Ya,
porque
ya
creo que hay
listo.
personas que tienen que irse más rápido.
Una cola.
Just
Está
she
bien.
can wait some minutes.
Okay, Diana, you're raising your hand.
Sí, sí, señor. Yo quería agradecer la oportunidad pues, de estar en un espacio como este, porque en 3 días nos mostraron el mundo. Digamos que a veces nosotros nos enfrascamos en eventos y en cuestiones, en mi caso en Colombia, en Latinoamérica, pero tener la oportunidad de estar con gente de otro planeta, literalmente, para nosotros es maravilloso. Entonces, yo quiero agradecer mucho la invitación, mucho el que me hayan permitido escucharlos. Me voy totalmente enriquecida y pues aprendo que la educación es, mejor dicho, confirmo que la educación es el medio para transformar este mundo y ahora desde la sostenibilidad empezaré a trabajar mucho más fuerte. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Okay, she's really grateful for this opportunity. She considers that in 3 days she could see the planet, the whole planet. And she's so excited because of this. And she reaffirmed that education is the way to transform this reality. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, then Ismail is my next in the row. Ismail?
Okay. Can you hear me, Martin?
Yes, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I would like to thank you and your colleagues, Sachi, Shakil, and other colleagues for organizing this conference. And it was a great opportunity for me to be here in this conference and learn from the experiences and the research results from other parts of the world. So I'm sure that we can work together. We can, sustainability and sustainable development need actually a great effort of the board. And people here show that they are dedicated to tackle the problems and challenges related to sustainable development. So either it is in agriculture, in natural resource management, in architecture, in water management, and everywhere and every subject. So we hope that we can work together in the future and be in the other conference, the next conference here. Thank you very much.
Ok, Ismael en general está agradecido por la oportunidad y para él es muy importante ver que estamos abordando el tema de la sostenibilidad desde diferentes perspectivas y en diferentes regiones del planeta. Entonces considera que es muy importante y está convencido que podemos trabajar juntos y espera vernos en la próxima conferencia. Thank you.
Teşekkürler. And Batmani, you are the next.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all of us for organizing this conference. And we could gather from almost every part of the world. As we discussed in the first day that we are from all continents except Australia. So this was a gathering of different people from different role and with different languages and different time intervals. However, we managed to communicate each other, and we managed to come to one of the point or understanding that sustainable development or sustainable is a very important aspects for all of us. And we discuss different components of environment, society, economy, like we have papers presentation on air, water, soil, plants, animals, medicinal plants. We touch, I think, all components, even within these 3 days of conference. And we talk not only about technology, we also talked about traditional knowledge and modern knowledge. We also talk about spirituality. We also talk about communities, individuals, from children to professors or technicians. And we also talk about natural science, social science, economics, all these things. And we haven't still, declared the conference declaration, but what I could understand from this conference is that sustainability is not straightforward. And if we really want to achieve this, we need to act ourselves, because no one is going to work for us. And that understanding or that work is coming from our own feelings, and we need to work ourselves. That's what I understand from this conference, and I would like to again thank all of us. Thank you.
Ok, en general Batmani dice que pues a él le gustó mucho la oportunidad de poder intercambiar con personas de prácticamente todo el planeta. Dice que a su consideración abordamos todos los elementos que tienen que ver con la sostenibilidad y no solamente la parte técnica, sino también además sobre conocimientos ancestrales, sobre comunidades, sobre personas, y considera que no es sencillo lograr la sostenibilidad, pero que definitivamente la clave está en trabajar nosotros mismos, porque nadie lo va a hacer por nosotros. Y entonces la clave es el tema de cómo nosotros lo asumimos, y tiene que ver con nuestros sentimientos, con nuestro sentir para poderlo lograr. Thank you.
Dhanivat Batmani. Okay, Adela is next. Adela.
Gracias. Creo que se hace esta reunión en un contexto dramático del planeta. Solo escuchando los reportes climáticos de todos los lugares, entendemos la necesidad tan urgente de encontrar nexos interculturales, porque estamos hablando de diferentes lenguas, somos diferentes culturas, y eso exige sensibilidad entre todos, superación de etnocentrismos, visiones epistemológicas centradas, y requerimos aperturas, buscar soluciones desde diferentes lugares, culturas, sociedades, comunidades. Es urgente. Agradezco pues a la organización y a Julio en particular que nos insistió en esta participación. Pudimos venir varios colombianos y agradezco ver diferentes caras con diferentes lenguas. No estuve los 3 días, pero participamos en grupo y todos los días nos comunicábamos lo que estaba pasando, ¿sí? En este evento. No crean, esto está pasando en otros lugares, en la conferencia que estábamos en España. Igual también existe un interés de replantearse el mundo como está ahora, replantearse la ciencia también como está ahora, replantearse las diferentes soluciones. Creo que estamos ante una crisis, pero también una crisis epistemológica del conocimiento en general. Muchas gracias.
Okay, in general, Professor Adela says that this event is in the middle of a dramatic situation for the world because we are getting a lot of news about the weather, the climate in different regions that is strong and dramatic. But this is an evidence about the need to reach more intercultural interchange and communication like we are doing here in this moment. And she considers that this is a moment in which we must think on the need to change and overcome all the limitations or the ethnocentrism or even the superiority of some epistemologies. We are in an epistemological crisis, and this is the moment to change the knowledge and look for new options. Thank you.
Yeah, obrigado. Prashamsa, you are the next in my row.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Shakil Regmi for providing me an opportunity to attend this conference. And it was really a productive conference for me personally. And all the presentations were insightful and educational. And yes, I got an opportunity to know much about the technologies and ideas for sustainable development, such as ozone and biological photovoltaic cells. And also I was impressed by the conservation idea of Bernheim. And it was a great initiation to talk about the problems and status of the environment all around the world. And as we share the common problems, but we have different responsibilities to conserve the environment, I'm glad we came together from different parts of the world to build a better step of pathways towards the sustainable future. Thank you.
Ok, Prashamsa dijo muchas cosas, pero en general dice que aprendió mucho de todas las presentaciones, que encuentra que tenemos problemas en general, compartimos los mismos problemas, pero tenemos diferentes roles y que entonces tenemos que avanzar en cuanto a las soluciones en nuestros países. Thank you.
Gracias. Jyoti, you are the next in my row. Yes, go ahead. Ah, there she is.
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Namaste. Hello, everyone.
Namaste.
Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this such insightful conference. And yes, I remember in the first day, Professor Dr. Martin Linder had said that yes, this is a sustainable conference because we didn't use any fuel to travel around. And so it is sustainable, and we didn't also use extra resources which would have been utilized during our conference. And I also take a moment to thank my College of Applied Sciences Nepal and Dr. Shakil Regmi for providing me this opportunity to be as a participant amongst all these, all the presenters and wonderful people in this conference. And I got to know a lot of about the sustainability technologies and all. And also I really like today's Apeksha ma'am's presentation and Jairo Robles presentation as well. And I look forward to participate in this kind of conferences further in future. Thank you. And I'm very glad that I attended this conference.
Okay, thank you.
Ok, Yeti dice que está muy feliz por haber participado en la conferencia y que definitivamente ella comprende que fue como el profesor Martin Lindner lo dijo, que es un encuentro realmente sostenible. Agradecido a varios de los autores, en especial la conferencia de Apeksha y de Jairo. Thank you.
Okay. Danivat. Yasmin, you are the next. Yasmin.
Thank you. Thank you all for your value presentations. I learned a lot through the 3 days. We must respect our natural resources and change our bad habits, work together for sustainable development to secure our future generation. Finally, it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Shukran. And Julio?
Ok, Yasmin en general dice que ella aprendió bastante sobre los aspectos tecnológicos de la sostenibilidad y en especial el tema de ser respetuosos con los recursos naturales y respetar lo de las futuras generaciones y que está muy feliz. Thank you.
Kritika, you are the next. Kritika, are you online? Okay, then we go to Yuri. Yuri?
Hello, Martin. So I will speak in Portuguese because
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead
don't
in
have
Portuguese.
Sim. All right. Primeiramente, eu gostaria de agradecer muito o convite que vocês trouxeram para a gente aqui do Instituto Federal de Itapetininga, para mim, para o Maicon, para a Ania e para o Felipe, né? Foi muito rico para todos nós passar por toda essa experiência de observar diferentes visões das questões ambientais que tem pelo mundo inteiro, seja na aplicação de projetos, ou seja na questão qualitativa, de pesquisas mesmo, de compreender as sociedades e as culturas do mundo como um todo. E o que eu posso dizer é que numa situação tão difícil a qual estamos passando, que é a situação que estamos vivendo de Covid-19, de pandemia, a situação que estamos vendo da fomentação da crise climática, essa conferência me trouxe esperança para que podemos futuramente olhar para esse momento de agora e dizer que conseguimos, né? Conseguimos trazer um mundo melhor para todo mundo, conseguimos frear a crise socioambiental, conseguimos desenvolver um mundo justo e igualitário e conseguimos desenvolver um mundo saudável. E é isso. Muito obrigado.
Julio, did you get the point?
Not so much. Felipe, ¿puedes traducir al inglés o Ricardo? Felipe, Ricardo.
Sí, yo puedo traducir. En general, Yuri ha dicho que es muy importante este momento de la conferencia, de la realización de ese intercambio cultural para frear el momento de crisis climática actual y que la educación es el pilar muy importante para todo eso. Es eso.
Okay, thank you. In general, Yuri said that for he is important this cultural interaction or interchange, because this is the point to improve the education, because the education is the way to transform the context.
Yeah, obrigado. Felipe, you are the next. You can continue with your impression.
Vale, voy a hablar en español.
Sí, claro.
Me gustaría agradecerles por la oportunidad de participar en la conferencia con personas de todo el planeta y especialmente por aprender en muchas áreas tan importantes. Gracias por los últimos 3 días. Yo creo que ese intercambio cultural es fundamental en este momento de crisis climática, con situaciones trágicas que se suceden con gran rapidez en todo el mundo y solo aumentarían las desigualdades. Entonces, yo creo que la educación es el pilar que merece ser desarrollado de manera crítica y democrática para que se alivien los problemas y se cambie un poquito la conciencia en relación a la naturaleza o la importancia de preservar la naturaleza para la existencia de la propia especie humana. Eso, es un honor participar en esta conferencia. Muchas gracias.
Okay, in general, Felipe says that he is grateful for participating in this event and to learn because he learned a lot of things about sustainability. He considers that the cultural interchange is really important in this moment because it's the way to look for a democratic and critical education for this moment. Thank you.
Okay, Anya, the next Portuguese speaker and Brazilian participant. Anya?
Hi, I'm here. I try to speak in English, okay?
Okay,
Let's try.
perfect.
I'm very glad to be here. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I could learn a lot about environment education. I think that's most important, and I could see I'm sound real things and not just theoretical. I think it's very good learning not just theoretical, but things could happen. And I'm just a student now, and I learn about when I have my classroom, I could put in practice. I think that's. I don't know if I was clear, but I tried.
Yes. Here we go. This is our goal. Julio, do you want to translate a little bit or?
Okay, en general entendí que pues ella está feliz por haber participado. Ella como profesora considera que, pues, que ahora tiene más elementos para aplicar en su aula y pues espera hacerlo. Thank you.
Ricardo? Ricardo?
Sí.
What is your impression?
Please, in the 3 languages.
Yes.
So I don't know what to speak, but
even he speaks German.
Too, but yes, but
okay, du
I don't
kannst
know
auf
if
Deutsch was sagen. Wenn du was auf Deutsch sagen willst, dann kann ich übersetzen. Was war dein Eindruck von der Konferenz? Was war dein Eindruck von der Konferenz? What was your impression?
Sehr wichtig. Ich glaube, als Lehrer, wir haben diese Möglichkeit, solche neue Sachen ins Klasse zu bringen, also für die Kinder. Es ist ja die große Moment, diese Sachen zu bringen, für alle in die Schule. Dann, ich glaube, dieses Positivismus hat über die Welt so eine große Influenz. Also wir brauchen eine neue Meinung in den neuen Leuten, in den jungen Leuten zu verbreiten und zu erneuern, glaube ich. Also wir sollen so etwas, so diese neue Ideen in allen bringen, in alle Leute. Ja, und die Schule ist, ja genau, es ist das wichtigste Platz, das zu machen. Ja.
Vielen Dank. Jetzt, now you also listen to German. So
Can I translate?
Okay, the idea is that we had a lot of new things, and as teachers, we are obliged to bring the new things to the classroom, because then the next generation can improve in these things. And they are important to improve these things. Julio en español.
Ricardo puede hacerlo en español, en inglés y en portugués también.
Bueno, pues, ¿qué diría? Sí, que es un momento muy importante porque digamos que el positivismo nos ha tomado ventaja ya de siglos Y si no frenamos en este momento a través de las clases, a través de la escuela, ese tipo de pensamiento que se ha expandido por el mundo, pues digamos que ya vamos en retraso, y es importante que estas ideas se difundan, y pues qué mejor lugar que la escuela para hacerlo, ¿no? Yeah. I said that the school is the best place to diffuse these new ideas, because positivism has a great way now. So far, so many years that we have taken these ideas, and it is important to diffuse now our views, these views that we listened in these conferences, yeah, for the new people, for the young people to understand that we need to change, and we need a change in this world. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Shamita, what is your impression?
Hi everyone, I'm Shamita. First of all, I'm grateful for this opportunity, and special thanks to Shakil sir and Sachin sir for providing me this opportunity. And I like the idea of the way of education. Like, it's really interesting. More than theoretical, it will be bring practical into the ways. It will be a really good idea. So I'm very thankful for this. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Julio, you might translate, and then you are the last in the row.
Ok, en general Shamita dice que lo más importante para ella fue ver cómo todos estos temas de la sostenibilidad se pueden poner en práctica. Ok.
And now you are in the row. Julio, what is your impression?
My impression is that knowledge is really important, yes, but we need action. But for this action, we need something to give us the power to start acting. And through all the conferences, I identified that this energy for the power is values, is emotions, empathy was a word that was all the time in the conferences. So we have knowledge, we need action, but in the middle we have all the attitudinal, all the axiological, all the ethics, all the things that are more human. So this is my impression. Entonces yo estaba diciendo algo que había repetido, creo que fue esta mañana, ya no recuerdo, ya me perdí, que yo vi que el conocimiento es muy importante, es relevante, pero además necesitamos una acción, pero que necesitamos algo que nos lleve del conocimiento a la acción, y entendí a través de todas las conferencias que eso que nos lleva a la acción es el tema de los valores, el tema de la ética, el tema de las emociones, el tema de aquello que es como intangible, aquello que es muy humano. Entonces no conseguimos nada teniendo solamente conocimiento y deseando una acción, sino logramos la parte humana y la parte de las emociones. Gracias.
Okay, so usually in Germany, when you go to a conference and you are a speaker, you will be presented. And in Halle, in my town, in our town, you will be presented by chocolate from the oldest chocolate factory of Germany. And then you open the box and you find very nice chocolate balls. So I'm so sorry that I cannot provide you with this today, but I'm so happy that very soon, I think we can meet each other in person. And this is my hope, that we can continue, of course, online, and we will have an exchange about the publications. We already discussed it a little bit. We don't have time now to discuss it, but we will come back to you to ask for publications. And so this will be done in very very close future. I want to thank especially Shakil, Julio, and Maria, because they did the work for the conference. I was just I was just president, so they did the work. And for example, Julio and Maria did all the translation for the English and for the Portuguese presentation. This is really a great thing, and I'm so happy. I'm very emotional again when I say thank you to you three. Maria is now on the road to Halle, and so please give my greetings to her also. I want to finish with this picture, which you know from the very, very beginning. This is the time close to now, which we have now. So just to realize again how far we have come, how distributed we have been. There is also Iran with us, and Brazil, which I had not in the first slide, and Eswatini and South Africa is also divided here. So we had a presentation today also from Italy. So I mean, we went around the world. It was perfect. In the very beginning, I said, this is an experiment, and an experiment could also fail. But this experiment really happened to be a great success, a great eye-opener, and not only eye and mind opener, but also heart opener for all of us. And there we can see that what I predicted, that sustainability is not reachable without any spiritual things. And spiritual could be a feeling. It could be a good mood. It could be the feeling to be convinced that we are on a good way. So thank you all for the presentations. Thank you all for your patience when there were technical issues. So what? And thank you all for working with us in future. Saki, do we need to have some remarks on technical issues in the end?
Not so specifically, so we just need to produce one statement from the conference. I think it should be related with spirituality and sustainability as discussed yesterday. Heinz was also in the same line. So this is one issue, and another issue is that we would proceed with our networking via email. So you will be receiving emails from us in the upcoming days. So please respond, and please let us stay in the network and let us work together. Thank you all. It was great having you all in the conference, and it was a long planning for us since Halle, and soon I will also be in Halle, and Apeksha will also be there. And finally, it was great. And from tomorrow evening, I do not know what to do. I would expect that I would be going for the conference, but let's hope for the best. And thank you all.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you all. And let's meet as soon as possible in person. So all the best for everyone. God bless you, or whoever blesses you, and have a good time.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. It was a great time.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Ciao.
So we can stop recording.
Yes. Who did the recording, by the way? Was it done by
Yeah, I
Rootscope?
have the recording, so I will.